Impact magazine that we just launched in June of last month. July has actually made our year anniversary for Fierce and Fearless, so I'm super excited about that. We actually did a special project this month for Women in Power, and we had a tremendous amount of women come in for that, so I'm super excited about that. Basically, we are elevators. We are here to elevate women in general, but also in their entrepreneurial journey and everyday life. Help women to reconnect with their authentic self and just remember who they are and their purpose. We also help businesses with branding, website design, logos, things of that nature. And I'm a victim of domestic violence and sexual assault. So that's how I came up with the name Fierce and Fearless. And so my main goal is to provide a safe space for women and men as well, to be able to come and share their voice, be seen, be heard, and just feel safe and not judged on anything that is taking place. So that is my goal with Fierce and Fearless, and we will continue the mission along. And thank you again, Kym, for giving me the opportunity to help you today.
Awesome. All right. So just to give you a background again, uh, we all started basically based on a Facebook page called Black Authors Association, and it grew. It was like a page I started like 5 years ago. It's like 1,000 people. I was working on my PhD, and I was like, oh my goodness, I want to do something about why kids are not reading, and how can we find books that have pictures that look like them. And so I started this Facebook group, because one of my friends she's a Christian author. So I was like, I need to find a whole bunch of authors for my dissertation. She was like, okay, start a group. So this 1,000 author group grew into right now about 26,000 authors. We really pay attention to our group on who we admit. We're trying to kind of clean it up, but also I decided that I wanted it not just be a Facebook group, but a way for authors to connect. So we try to do different things in person. We definitely do this virtual. And then this year, we kind of really kind of stepped up. And I was like, okay, I heard about this Times Square billboard, and I wanted to figure out how can I get some authors on this billboard. So I reached out to a company, and the Times Square billboard featuring Black authors has been phenomenal. I've had some friends that live in New York that say when it comes up on the screen, it's just people look up like, whoa, what is that? Just this past weekend, there was the FIBA World Cup, and it was full of people because I think it was the finals day, and one of the authors was there taping it. And when the billboard popped up, you seen everybody look up like, wow, you see people taking pictures of it. So that's been, some of the things that we're doing. We're trying to make sure that authors are heard, they seen. I'm always advocating with schools and colleges and libraries to make sure that books of with people of color are there, especially indie authors. You all have some great stories to tell, and I want to make sure that it gets into readers' hands. So that's been pretty much our path and our journey. Besides, doing in person and also virtual events, I stepped out on faith. This thing kept saying, you should open your bookstore. And I was like, God, I ain't got time for that. I like to travel. I got this and that. And they kept saying, Kym, open up this bookstore. And I was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead. The great thing about this journey of opening up a bookstore next month, I found a great person that owned a space. She's been very supportive of the journey. She's been like the cheerleader. And then I connected with a community organization that actually taught me how to run the business, connected me to different funding sources. And so this bookstore journey, it wasn't as hard as I thought, but it has really been something that, sometimes you say, oh, I have this plan for 5 years, I'm going to do this. But my thing, and people always know, I always follow God's plan. So he said to open up the bookstore. So I'm going to open up this bookstore next month. So it's been really a great journey. Like I said earlier, in order to open up a successful bookstore, I've talked to other bookstore owners, and it was like, you need to have at least 2,000 books on your first opening day. And so, I have like a whole bunch of books in already, and I'm like, oh, I got enough. And it was like, do you have 2,000? I was like, no. So I am on a journey for the next 22 days to buy up to 2,000 books. My goal in the bookstore is to have majority of the books by indie authors. Indie Black authors is our really our niche for our bookstore. Yes, we will have the top 10 New York bestseller books in there. Great, wonderful. But my focus is making sure indie authors, one, have a place on the shelf, two, can always have a place to do a book signing, and three, know that once they get established in travel to Philadelphia, they always have a home, and their book will always have a home. So it's going to be really exciting. I invite everyone to feel my joy, my pain as I open this bookstore. Get involved as much as you can. But again, this was pretty much because of the support I have from a lot of the Black authors, and also support of the community, and also just following God's plan, which I always do, and it has been guiding me really, really successfully. So we're going to get started. One of the things I always like to do is for everyone to drop in the chat just one word on how are you feeling today, because a lot of times people don't ask people how are you feeling today, and I think it's important to ask you how are you feeling today, just one word in chat. How are you feeling today? Excited, blessed, okay, grateful, awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, bless, 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 bless. Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. All right. So we're going to get started. The first thing we're going to do, we have some authors on here. We're going to do like a speed, not speed dating, but a speed author round. So authors are going to say a little bit about their book, and then they're going to show their book, and then we're going to keep going. So I'm going to take myself off the screen, and I'm going to give it time for authors. I'm going to call you out by name, and you got to be ready to go. All right. So, like I said before, the author's going to say, oh, people are still coming in, their name, why they wrote the book, and a little bit about themselves. All right. And this is, we're going to only give them 60 seconds. So we're going to see who can stay on time. All right. Let's see. First person is Hazell. Oh, you on mute. Hold on. Let me take you off mute. Go.
Hi, I'm Hazell Thomas, retired teacher and author of this amazing award-winning book, Money Moves a Nation, a Civil Rights Lesson for Children. This book has nothing to do with dollars and cents, but a lot to do with the town of Money, Mississippi, a town that was a catalyst and ignited the civil rights movement, where a 14-year-old by the name of Emmett Till was murdered for whistling at a white lady. This book is not has not was not in any library until I wrote it. I had a dream and it stayed in my heart for 40 years. So I'm very excited to present my book, Money Moves a Nation, a Civil Rights Lesson for Children. Thank you very much.
Awesome. All right, Fairren, you next.
Hey everyone, I am author Fairren McLemore. I write inspirational children's book and empowering memoirs. My book is The Voice of a Mother's Pain, which was inspired by my daughter when she was born with a rare genetic condition. It was important for me to raise awareness about it and then just share my story in general to assist mothers who are facing similar paths. It was something that it was tough to go through by myself. And so actually I got four other mothers. We all got together and we wrote our stories from what it's like to raise a child with disability. Her disability is called incontinentia pigmenti. It's a rare skin condition, but it can affect your entire central nervous system. Your hair alopecia, you can be blind, you can have strokes and seizures. So through my book, my mission is to inspire others and to embrace others, just to believe in who they are, and then to make sure that they shine unapologetically, and then just to help mothers walking down similar paths. Thank you so much.
All right, awesome. Dr. Sheila?
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Sheila. I'm an author, educator, and a coach. And I'm here today representing three of the books that I've written. The first one is called Fix Your Face, and it's why first impressions lie and how Black women can control their own story. So this book is like a love letter to Black women. And it really talks about the assumptions that are made about us just at first impression. Have you ever heard anybody look at you and ask you if you were okay? They don't really know you, and sometimes they write a story about you. Well, this book reminds us that we are the ones that are writing our own story and that we can reclaim our narrative. The second book is a children's book. It's called In My Hands, and it reminds kids that they can achieve whatever it is they want to achieve if they work hard and persevere. And my third book, Perfectly Me, another children's book, lets children know that they were made with intention, exactly the way they are. They don't have to compare themselves to anyone else. They're perfect just as they are. And all of my books are motivational. It just inspires my readers to know who they are and to be proud of who they are and to own their authenticity. Thank you.
Awesome. Elaine? You got to take yourself off of mute. Let me unmute you.
Unmute.
There you go.
All right. Hi, I'm Ellen Harrison,
Ellen.
and my book is High Notes of Poetry, Finding Your Courage. The collection of poems is a most feel-good type poems. They were inspired to help people to know that they can accomplish anything in life when you set your mind to it and just go forth and live out your dreams and your purpose. That's what these poems are mainly about. And they were inspired by my father. When I lost him, I felt like giving up on life as well. But then I started writing poems, and these poems uplift me. They were therapeutic for me, and I started getting my life back, and just inspired myself through these collection of poems. So High Notes of Poetry is empowerment, motivation, courage, and make you believe that you can accomplish anything in life if you set your mind to it. Thank you.
Josiah? Dr. Josiah?
Hello, I am Dr. Josias Jean-Pierre. I am an author, speaker, execution coach, and a mental health advocate. The book I'm talking about today is called The Power of Your Words, my international winning book. The book is about really how your words have power, and that's the most dangerous we have as human beings, our tongue. And if we're not careful with our tongue, we'll find ourselves reaping destruction instead of blessings.
All righty. J.W. Young?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Young, or my pen name is J.W. Young. I wanted to share my book, that I'll be sharing today. I do write poetry, and I do write, this cookbook came out of nowhere, but it is the Mama's Gluten-Free, Dairy-Free, Sugar-Free cookbook of Louisiana classics and Southern food essentials. It came from a need. I grew up not able to eat gluten and dairy, and spent a lot of years wishing that I could use and eat my home Louisiana classics foods. There's a lot of foods in there that have been adapted, but no loss of flavor. And I added sugar-free out of demand. We all know someone who can't have that sugar. And so I added that into the book. So again, the book I'll be representing today is Mama's Gluten-Free, Dairy-Free, Sugar-Free, Louisiana Classics, and Southern Food Essentials. Thanks for having me.
All right. Ciara?
I will be representing Fierce and Fearless Phoenix, Rises from the Ashes. I don't know if you can see it. So this book was a collection of other women that wrote or that put their story in there beside me. We had about 12 women, and the goal behind the book was to showcase what we truly have to go through to maintain the statuses that we have. So I think a lot of people, they see the mansions, the cars, the jewelry, and they think that, oh, I want that, or I would like to be in her shoes. And that's not always the case. The story was very powerful. A lot of women have gone through so much trauma, and that's how most of them have actually came to start the businesses that they have, or even go into the coaching and things of that nature. And so I wanted to write something that would bring that to light, to let people know that what's always on the outside is not basically what we see on the inside. So that's what I'm representing today, is Fierce and Fearless Phoenix.
All right. Did I miss any authors? I think I got everyone. So I'm last and final. I have my children's book coming out called Grandmom and Baby Cakes. It's a really great book about me and my grandmother making pancakes. It's actually a combination of activities. So it takes us through our journey of her waking me up in the morning, making pancakes. In the book, the kids will learn how to write, to do some math, and I included one of my favorite things that's not in a lot of schools, on teaching them how to write their name at the end in cursive. So it's a really great book. It will be dropping in August, so we're doing pre-sales now. But it's called Grandmom and Baby Cakes, Making Pancakes. It's one of 3 books that I'll be actually releasing. All right. Did I forget anyone? I think I got everyone. All right. So now I'm about to give some books away. We will be purchasing these books and mail them out, but based on my notes, it's just if I ask a question, this is the trivia part. If I ask you a question and you know the answer, if you can raise your hand, everyone know how to do the raise the hand thing. Let me change my screen so I can see it. All right. Again, like I said, I gotta buy some books today. So I will buy a book for you, and I'm gonna buy a book for the store. So here we go. All right. Somebody's book talked about a love letter to Black women. Can anybody remember whose book was that? Ciara. Are you on mute? I can't hear you.
No, sorry. It was Dr. Sheila's book.
Yes. Dr. Sheila, don't be giving away answers. All right, so we're going to be purchasing Dr. Sheila's book, Fix Your Face. All right. One book talked about something that was green, 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 and we spend it every day. Whose book was that? Anybody remember? She said something about money. Money, something, something. Sheila, your hands, see over your hands still up? Anybody remember whose book was that? I'm not going to say her name. Fairren?
I don't remember her name, but it's the Zoom user.
Say it again.
It's the Zoom user. Is it Hazell?
Yes.
Hey, okay.
Hazell, tell her what your name of your book is.
The name of the book is Money Moves a Nation, a civil rights lesson for children.
Yes. Awesome. All right. See, you gotta take notes, whichever. All right. So the next one, actually, I have this book. I tried some of the recipes, and she was so right. It does still have flavor when it doesn't have any sugar in it. Can anyone say, remember the author or the book that talks about cooking? Yes, Dr. Sheila.
JW.
Yes, yes. JW, tell them what the name of your book is again.
Mama's gluten-free, dairy-free, sugar-free Louisiana classics and Southern food essentials.
Yes. Awesome. So that's all right. I guess JW's. See where it gets. All right, we're gonna do one more and then we're gonna get started. Let's see. My random pick is this book talked about four mothers' pain. Anybody remember? Everybody, you just see your faces on the screen. Everybody's looking like, which one was that, Ciara?
It was Fair. Is that her name?
Yes.
Fair. Yes.
Fairren, tell her what the name of your book was.
Fairren, it's The Voice of a Mother's Pain.
All right. All right. See, that was a good trivia section. I'll probably do another one later, but thank you so much again. If you won, you will get a book, and then the second book we're going to be put in the bookstore. So one for me and one for the winner. So we'll be looking and those authors of those books. If you want it to be purchased off your website, let me know. Or if you want to give Amazon, let me know. let me know how you want those books to be purchased. I like to put money directly in your hands if I can. So let me know. All right, so let's get started with our first author, Hazell. The floor is yours.
Okay. As I said, my name is Hazell Thomas. I write award-winning historical fiction for children that brings history to life through engaging stories. Readers who enjoy adventure, family discoveries, and inspiring true history will love my book because it takes young readers on a journey to Money, Mississippi. I know many of you heard of Money, Mississippi, where one boy uncovers his family connections to the civil rights movement. Along the way, he discovers that ordinary people can make an extraordinary difference. Money Moves a Nation, a civil rights lesson for children encourages curiosity, builds empathy, and helps children understand the history is not just something we read about, it's something that shaped who we are today. It is an ideal book for families, classrooms, libraries, and anyone who believes every child deserves to know a story that changed our nation. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Hazell? So Hazell, what made you come up with this particular story? I mean, I know it's kind of painful if you know about the story of Money, Mississippi, but what made you want to tell the story?
Because as a classroom teacher, I was a history teacher, and it was very important to me always to tell the true history. So I can never find books out there that talked about this historical event that happened that shaped our nation. So I did what Maya Angelou said. If you can't find it in the library, what do? You write it. So that's what I did. It stayed in my heart for over 40 years. And I wanted, it was a bucket list, as you might say. At 40 years, I held it in my heart. So this is why I wrote the book.
Can you read us a paragraph from the book?
Of course, I would love to. That night, they enjoyed another wonderful meal with Jonah's huge family. I've learned so much, Jonah explained. All this history right here. Too bad we have to leave tomorrow, Jonah's mom said. What? No, can I stay longer, please? Well, there's a lot more to learn, Grandpa declared. Jonah smiled. Our history is American history, and I want to learn it all. That was a page.
Okay, awesome. So, was there any part as you were going through your book kind of difficult to write?
It was difficult to write. If you pay attention to a particular page, my grandson has a tear coming from his eye as he visited a historical monument in the town of Money, Mississippi. He finds out what happened to someone in his town, and it brought tears. And a lot of people that read this book, they've come to me and they said, it just made me cry to revisit. And I said, well, history is supposed to be revisited.
Yeah. So, your story is kind of pretty much, I've heard it be compared to something that's going on right now.
Oh, yeah.
With Nolan Wells. So, how do you feel about that? Having that story and then seeing it kind of almost not similar, but kind of being compared to that.
Yes, I've read online also that the mother sort of resembled to Emmett Till's mom, Mamie.
Wow.
And when I hear this story, deep down inside, I say, oh no, here we go again. I mean, there have been so many incidents. But when I hear the story, I just see, there is some similarities. And I hope that people will read, and I do hope the family will get truth from what happened in this town.
Mm-hmm. So, anything coming up next for you, Hazell? Any book signings or another book? What's next for you?
Oh, I forgot to say that I'm an administrative assistant to the Dr. Seuss for the American Library Association. So I get all these books every week coming to my house for me to look at and choose whether or not they fit the criteria for the Dr. Seuss Award.
Oh.
So I've been getting and collecting all of these books, and so it has reinforced my idea to actually write a series of books that talks about historical significance, things that happen in the Mississippi Delta that you just don't hear about. They're not in any library. So I'm encouraged every day, and I'm writing. My next book is coming out in January, and it's going to be about historical significance in Greenwood, Mississippi that people don't know about. In fact, the Black Power sign was coined in Greenwood, Mississippi by who? Stokely Carmichael.
Wow. Okay. So you said something, and I'm about to ask you. Tell us about the American Library Association for those who do not know about that great organization.
Oh my goodness. The American Library Association is a giant in books, all books, banned books. It provides a platform to help local towns, city, rural areas with bringing books into these libraries. As you know, some of these libraries are involved in major budget cuts. Some libraries are being pressured to wipe certain books out of their library. So the American Library Association helps to keep good books in the hands of people who want the books. And the American Library Association has been around for many, many years. And as a teacher, I have been affiliated with the Library Association for about 36 years, but recently I became really involved, and I'm having such a great time, so much information. So, and as you know, the American Library Association, the conference was recently held in Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah.
And over 14,500 people attended, and it is billed as one of the largest book festivals in the world.
Yes.
And next year, as you know, it's going to be in Louisiana. So I encourage everyone to come out, and also encourage you, especially some of you out there, to please try to apply for these Calgut Awards, Claretta Scott, Dr. Seuss. These awards are amazing.
Yep. Did you go to the one in Chicago?
Yes, I went to the one in Chicago this year, and last year I went to Philadelphia.
Yes, I was there.
Fantastic.
Yes.
You were there?
Yes.
Oh. And
so can you share a little bit about that experience? Because I'm just in case people don't know how, about the publishers that are there and how everything works at the conference.
Yes. The American Library Association, there are so many publishers, teachers, you name it, they are there. And also vendors. I was a vendor this year at the American Library Association. I had my table and I had my books.
Nice.
And you can do that. And also indie authors, I found out this year from going to the American Library Association that there's an indie author organization that will allow you to come to the American Library Association. I'm sure you know about it, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing. And you get a chance to meet so many publishers, teachers from all over the United States. And my hope is to get my book in every library in America because I know the significance of it. And it's just been an eye-opener to get information out there. Of course, there is a fee to join, but I tell you what, it pays for itself. The American Library Association.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right. Hazell, can you drop your link and your book title into the chat?
Yes, I will. I'll be happy to.
Yes. So I will actually be going to the New Orleans one.
Oh, okay.
I am looking forward to it. I went to the Philadelphia one. That was my first one. But like she said, the publishers are there looking to have conversations. There's places for indie authors. You can set up your own table. And there's publishers for like different genres. I met someone from a University of Penn that was looking for books. Then I met someone from Scholastic. It was so many. One of my favorite parts in Philly, I met the author of, oh gosh, it's a Disney movie about the little girl that turns into a red panda or something like that. Why can't I think of the name of the movie? But I met her and she signed my book, so it was really great. And then one of the things at the end, if you're a librarian or you're a school teacher, the last day they leave all the extra books on the floor and you can take them with you. So that was amazing. So all the teachers in my community that I knew that were looking for books for their classroom, I said, hey, go, don't take a bag, take a cart or something, because you can get free books for your classroom on that last day. They do not want to take books back. So that is definitely, if you're a teacher, your educator, or your community is looking for books, that a conference, you will be able to load up on books. And as an attendee, I left with so many books as well. So it's a great organization. The membership fee is not really expensive. They do have like a newsletter that comes out. It keeps you in the loop of what's going on. If you're looking to get your books into the libraries, that is one of the organizations to go to. And they do have a Black Librarian Association affiliate from there, so you can connect with them as well. But it is a really great organization to belong to. And again, it keeps it's one of the organizations I saw that the topics are open. They talk about banned books. They talk about books that of people of color that are being removed. They do not skimp on the topics. They keep it very open and broad and talk about everything that's going on with libraries and books. So yes, thank you so much. And Hazell, what you said? You said you are in charge of what again? The Dr. Seuss what?
Yeah, the Dr. Seuss committee.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, Darcele committee,
Okay.
where the early readers book, specifically like 6 years old, those books that are they're page turners. You can't get enough. You have to keep reading and reading. So they're trying to apply for that award. And amazingly, like I'm getting probably 500 to 700 books per this campaign. So I'm going to have a lot of books to donate. So if you know an organization who want books, let me know.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Hazell before we go to the next author? All right. Thank you so much. That is awesome.
Welcome.
I appreciate you sharing your book. And look, I love the one thing I love about she came prepared. She got her merch on.
Yes.
So the cover, with her books about, and it's in the background. So she came prepared and ready to go. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of merch. It's another stream of income.
Yes, I'm learning a lot about merch.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. Are you ready, Elaine? Eileen? I keep saying it.
It's Ellen.
Ellen. Why am I keep saying it wrong? I'm so sorry.
No
Ellen,
problem. No problem. Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
All right, Ellen, the floor is yours.
Yes, like I said, I'm Ellen Harrison, and my book is High Notes of Poetry, Finding Your Courage. And my poems were written, like I said, out of pain, and they were mostly to help me overcome any obstacles that I was facing during the time when I lost my father. And my poems highlight strength and determination, and that you can rise above anything that you're facing. It's a power of hope, despite life hardships. You can face hardships, but there's good times ahead, and you can sustain by getting through difficult times when you're reading my poems. And also, my poems kind of celebrate womanhood, finding your confidence, owning your moment, owning yourself, believing in yourself. And also, I kind of dedicate some collections in here to men as well about the strength and determination of being an African American man in this mostly world that's kind of have African American men, not celebrated as much as they should be. So I celebrate womanhood and manhood also in my collection. Also, I talk about like showing that poetry is really unique, that you can poetry don't have to be limited to a, a genre. Poetry can expand across different genre when you're sharing what you really mean and what's coming directly from your heart. um, Poetry makes everything structure, and is bound, and it scribes to kind of enhance people. You got a freedom of emotions when you're writing poetry. You share your intentions when you're writing poetry. um, it gives you allowed to share all kind of experiences when you're writing poetry. So these collections of poems is also goes through all types of celebratory moments and bravery moments, finding your resilience again. So, yeah, that's what High Notes of Poetry, Finding Your Courage is about. Yes, ma'am.
Can you read one of the poems for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. This poem I selected is called The Voice, Using Your Voice. For every thought you have a voice that has been heard of and sought. Let that voice speak positivity for the ideas that are unsought. Let the voice be loud and clear. And in your inner ear, give your voice, your life to what matters, louder than you ever dare. To be heard, you don't have to be first. You don't have to be last. You definitely don't have to compete with the voice of your past. Take your time in doing things and learning clearly what you hear in your inner voice is saying. It's that voice that tells you that you are an achiever and you are an overcomer. It's that voice that tells you that you are everything that God has for you to be. It's that voice that gives you wisdom. You just need to listen to that voice that states the grandness you are to become. This is where you have won. This is the poem, The Voice.
Mm-hmm. So, is this your first book?
Yes, ma'am. This is my first book. It took me about maybe 5 years to kind of write it. And I was encouraged by I met my English teacher. We were celebrating teachers that are poured into our life through one of our charity events through my area where I live in. And we kind of honor all our teachers from the past. And I ran into my English teacher, and she was talking about how she used to enjoy my poems when we were when I was in high school. So it kind of brought back my love of writing again. And then when I lost my father, and I felt, like life was, basically over. And then so by talking to her and getting back into writing, that, for my love of poetry, that kind of inspired me, and she motivated me. And she said, well, Ellen, you were great writing in school, so would you start back writing again? So that kind of motivated me to move forward and kind of helped me through that difficult time. And like I said, poetry is therapeutic, so it can soothe your soul, it can motivate you, it can make you happy, you feel good moments, all of that. That's what poetry does for you, for your soul, and for your spirit as well.
So what, when you were writing this book, what was one of the things that you say like surprised you, or you said like, wow, after you finished?
I was amazed by the response I got from the book. It did well. I won several awards through it for my book. And I was amazed by, like I said, the feedback I received from it. And so many people really don't think poetry is how you would say a marketable book. But once I started talking about my story and sharing it, when I did a lot of author events, I always sold out. And I was getting a lot of feedback of saying how, especially some women who felt like they lost their confidence in life. And one of my poems, I wrote about confident woman, and she told me how that poem made her, felt good about herself again, because she felt like she was much, getting older in life. It was getting, mundane. And so she said she read my poem and it gave her a little scribe again. So, hearing those type of stories, makes me, glad I wrote the book, and, I could celebrate people through my poetry. So that was one of the biggest, proudest moments for, hearing the stories and the feedback from people who have purchased my book.
So being that it's a poetry book, how have you been able to market? I know you just said you do events. What other marketing strategies have you used kind of to get your book out there?
We do poetry events here in my community. We have like spoken word nights that I attend. We have also like our word matter events where we have a lot of Black authors come in, and we can talk about and share our stories. Also, I'm part of a authors group here that we go out and have book readings, club readings, and invite people to our book readings, and we share sell our books like that. So and also through social media, but social media is more so informal. So I like to be out, with the people and talking about it. And that's how you mainly, get the support and the support for your book. Yes.
So if you had one advice to tell a person that wanted to write a poetry book, what would you tell them?
Let it be from your heart. Just don't write poems just to be writing, because poetry speaks to you. So it's nothing that you just can force. So let it come from your heart and be genuine about your poems, because each poem has a meaning behind it, and it's a way to help people, encourage people to thrive again. Also to make people feel like you can achieve anything you want to. Poetry is all kinds of give you all kind of effects. Sometimes, a lot of people do the spoken word poems, and they help talk about um, how sometimes women are represented by how they wear their hair. And so when I've read one of my poems talk about that your hair is your glory, and you can wear it however you feel like it. It's your crown. So a lot of women, especially African American women, we get a lot of negative feedback about our hair when we wear braids. It's not professional enough, so that's the kind of stories I like to share through my poems. How we are unique and we are different, and we ought to be celebrated and accepted as we are. Yeah.
So did you self-publish, or you went through a publisher?
I self-published. Yes, ma'am.
And how was that journey? Did you go through any company, or did you just do it all by yourself?
I went through a local company here, and my English teacher was my supporter as well.
Okay.
She was, helped me edit it, and gave me feedback on what poems I should recite when I'm at any
Nice.
spoken word event. But yes, it was through a publisher here in Aikens, out of Charleston, South Carolina, as a matter of fact. But yes, it was through self-publishing.
I heard you say one thing that I really employ a lot of authors to do, and you said you had someone edit, not you, but you had someone
Yes.
edit.
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
So how important was that? I know it's kind of hard for us to take like that feedback, like no, that's not gonna work. So how was that process? Like how did you take it? And because you put all your hard work in, and like somebody gonna edit my work and tell me this is not good? What?
Yes, ma'am. But actually, I wanted her feedback. I encouraged her feedback. I think I bugged her more than I should have, because I wanted to present a good product to the world. So
Yeah.
having her expertise, especially being an English teacher, that was really was a benefit to me, and then having her also to be my biggest supporter. So so I was glad to have her feedback, and her red pens. I hated to see those red marks, but hey, they were welcome. So I said, I remember your red ink. So but it was very helpful, and I appreciated every feedback with the editors, and also my publisher. They edited as well, so it went through like maybe 3 rounds, but hey, it was worth it.
Yeah. Any questions? Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you drop your link to your book and your title in the chat, please, as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's awesome. The key word she said, she did not edit her book. Someone else did. That is so important. Sometimes you need to walk away from it and it's okay to give it to somebody else to edit. It's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Please make sure you have someone edit your work, because you will not see the things because you've been too close to it already.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate this opportunity.
Yes. Dr. Sheila, are you ready? The floor is yours.
I am ready. Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Dr. Sheila. So I just want to say that my favorite genres of book have always been books about us, African American literature, stories about the culture, the resilience, and the community, just basically stories about our people. So I started off with children's books. I am an elementary educator, have been for 36 years, and I'm also a college professor. So I have the unique pleasure, I guess you could say, of being able to listen to kids, just their unique conversations, and I call it the things that are on their hearts. So when I listen to kids, I get these messages, and I'm like, I really think kids need to hear this. So the first book is in my hands, and this book is just to let kids know that whatever it is they want to achieve in life, they can do it with hard work, determination. I was finding kids giving up easily or saying, I can't do this. So it's just that message of empowerment to keep on keeping on, because the world is in your hands. My second book, again, listening to kids talk, they compare themselves to others. They think sometimes that they're not enough or they should be someone else. So my book, Perfectly Me, reinforces the idea that we are each created as we are, with intention. Maybe I can't, dance as well as the next person, but I have this other ability. And so while it teaches kids to appreciate who they are, it also teaches them to appreciate the gifts that others have. And each one of my books, because I'm a teacher, I always put a glossary of terms in the back of the book, and discussion questions, just to make sure that this is not a book that you read in isolation. So discussion questions helps unpack the lessons in the book. And I am a big believer in affirmations because I believe in the importance of speaking positive words to ourselves. It's a daily practice for me. I teach it to my students, so I make sure that I add that in my books. Now, my most recent that I am so proud of is Fix Your Face. And this, as I said, is a love letter to Black women. This book is real personal to me because all my life, people have been saying, "Are you okay? Fix your face, like smile." And it really took me down this road of unpacking first impressions, because we are quick to judge people, and we judge people based on things that we're not even aware of. So we're all coming to situations with biases and past experiences. So when we interact with other people, all of that comes flooding back. So this book teaches us to understand first impressions. It teaches us about bias and just misjudgment. And what I found was that this story wasn't unique to me. I'm in a lot of communities with professionals, Black women, and we began to share our stories. So this story, it began as my story, but it just is like it compiled, and I was hearing all these other stories from Black women. So I think about the writers that have come before me and the other women that helped to elevate me in my life. And this story is built on the shoulders of those women as well. So the book begins, as I said, unpacking first impressions, understanding all of those things, and then being introduced to the idea of we should not allow anyone to create our story. Because many times people will meet you, and in one little isolated situation, they'll write a story about you and they don't even know you. So it reminds readers that we don't have to accept the story that someone else has given us, that it's our job to create our own narrative. And then once we're able to do that, we're also able to do the same thing for others. So instead of us doing the same thing that has been done, as far as someone seeing us and writing a story, we can also approach other people with grace and actually learn who they are before we repeat the same process. Now, in this book, I developed this protocol. It's called the FACE approach, and it helps walk us through how to pause before we interact with people and just be more intentional about learning who people truly are before we write a story for them. And just as with my children's books, this book, at the end of each chapter, it has reflections, it has activities, and it has affirmations, because I want it to be more than a book. I want it to be a book that you work through. So I always say that it's like a book slash workbook. And one thing I'm really proud about with my book is at the end of it, there's this section that is called Lanyap. Now, I'm from New Orleans, and lanyard means a little something extra. So at the end of the book, I have a section, and it has a love letter to Black women, which essentially, says, "I see you, and I love you just as you are." It has additional affirmations, discussion questions. But as I was working through this book, there were just songs that came to me, at certain points. And those songs are mentioned throughout the book, but I also curated a Spotify playlist. So the book has its own soundtrack, and you can scan the QR code, or there's a link, and you can listen to the soundtrack of the book Fix Your Face. I'm really proud of it.
Yes.
So, Dr. Sheila, can you share a little bit from Fix Your Face?
Oh, yes, I can. So this excerpt will be from chapter 7, and the title of that chapter is Taking Control of Your Narrative. There comes a moment in every journey when you realize that the story being told about you doesn't match the truth you carry. Maybe it started with the label someone else gave you: too loud, too soft, too ambitious. too much. Perhaps it was shaped by a single mistake they never let you outlive. Or maybe it was written for you before you ever had a chance to open your mouth. But here's what they don't tell you. You don't have to accept the story the world wrote for you. You can write your own. Taking control of your narrative is not about perfection. It's about perspective. It's about shifting from being the subject of someone else's assumptions to becoming the author of your own truth. It means learning to speak even when your voice shakes. It means naming your strengths without apology. It means choosing growth over silence, clarity over conformity.
All right. So I'm a music person. So what's on that playlist?
Hold up, let me get into it. And you know the thing about it, there's diversity in this playlist, right? So I have a little jazz, I have some blues. So the whole idea, well, first I'm gonna show you the cover design. I really worked hard on this cover because I wanted it to represent that old adage of you can't judge a book by its cover. So you know when you peel back, you know you see the person underneath. So one of the songs is "You Can't Judge a Book by Its Cover" by Bo Diddley, and then we have a little rap selection from Eric B. and Rakim, "Move the Crowd."
Okay.
Erykah Badu's "Bag Lady."
Of course.
Public Enemy, "Don't Believe the Hype." India.Arie, "I'm Not My Hair." Jill Scott, "Golden."
Yes.
Lettucey, "Black Woman." Optimistic, "Sounds of Blackness."
Yes.
Imagine Me, Kirk Franklin.
Nice.
How I Got Over, Mahalia Jackson. Mary J. Blige is "Just Fine."
Yes.
So there's just a variety of types of music.
Yeah.
And,
I love it. I love the playlist. So I'm like, okay, so now what's the chapters about? So any questions for Dr. Sheila? Any questions? So you said you're a school teacher, you teach college. What made you become an author, adding on to those things?
Well, let me just say this. I've always loved to write. Reading and writing, which, for me are like breathing, breathing in and breathing out. So those have always been my passions. Initially, when I was in college, I actually majored in journalism because I wanted to be a writer, but I was diverted into education, which, is a great love of mine. But the passion to write never left me. I've always been an avid reader and writer. I've written blog posts and I've written educational articles and those types of things. But the desire to write a book has always been there. Although I never had a plan in my mind, because in my mind I was thinking, how is a publisher or someone that's looking to have someone tell a story, how am I going to connect with them? How is this going to happen? So I never really thought it would be possible until I saw some other friends do it as far as self-publishing goes. And when that whole self-publishing avenue opened itself up, it became more of a reality.
Right.
So, as I said, just being a teacher and hearing the kids in their conversations, I was like, you know what, I can do this. So I began with the children's books. But Fix Your Face was always in my soul because, this all my life, I'm telling you. I even began the story, when I was 5 years old. I remember stepping up on a bus and a man helping me up, saying, "Smile." And I'm thinking like, you don't even know me. Like, I'm just stepping on the bus. Why should I be smiling? But it's just always having to be on for people. People want you to be on. You may be thinking your own thoughts and, you don't even have a problem, but it's like, get to know who I am before you make some type of assumption about me. So, and once I started to kind of share that story and hear other women, just give me their feedback. And I was like, well, I'm not the only one. So this is really something that I think could resonate with people. And I think that we are too quick in our society, we want everything fast. We can
Mhm.
get access to anything, social media. We can find out what's going on, even though, do we really trust it?
Right.
Fast food, everything we want fast, fast, fast. So when we interact with people, again, we want to kind of find out, okay, I see her, bam, and we'll put that person in a category, and we don't even know the truth about them. So this book is just a reminder that what you see is not always what you get. And if you really want to know people, it's important to pause and, really get to know them. And so the book is kind of taken off. I'm working with a HR team because they want me to integrate principles from the book, because what they're finding is that sometimes they can hire people that present well in interviews, that maybe they look the part, or maybe they are able to answer the questions, in the correct way, but they find out that maybe that person wasn't the best fit. So they lose money because they have to go through the hiring process again. So
Mhm.
I'm using some principles from the book to build for this HR team. I'm also doing some professional development based on the book. So there's a lot of things that I'm doing based off of themes and principles in the book.
That's nice. Devonna, you had a question?
Yes, hi everybody. I'm Devonna. I had a question for Dr. Sheila. It was more so, how would you go about introducing the book in spaces that are maybe not us? As far as like, it's definitely needed for us. I just, a little bit of what you read, it was inspiring and uplifting, and it made me just understand sometimes even how we interpret each other. But I think where a huge portion of it happens, the misinterpretation happens with other cultures. So how do we get them inspired and interested in the book so that the message translates not just among us but beyond that sphere?
Thank you. That's a great question. And you know what? When I was writing this book and when I was actually titling the book, because I did have people in my circle read the book, and when I put uh how Black women, I heard the comment, it's like you're cutting off half of your audience. Are you sure you want to do that? So, I had to think about that, and I said, yes, I do, because I want to tell our stories. But what I have found is that I think people that are readers and people that are open to learning about others are, really receptive to this. So I have colleagues who are of other races, and they have purchased the book and read the book, and they're providing me with feedback. So as far as pitching it to other groups of people, I think that what I would do is just say how essential it is for us to extend ourselves to learn about different people. I think that many times we tend to exist in groups of people, whether it is in our social circles, or maybe even in professional circles. We want to kind of group ourselves with people who are like us, who have commonalities, and because we can easily I relate. But it just takes a little bit of effort to kind of extend yourself to learn about someone who doesn't look like you or is not from the same place as you, because it makes us all better when we're able to connect with people who are different from us. And I think that we need to learn that and embrace that.
Any other questions? So, what was this book will fix your face? What was your writing routine? How did you get started? Like to kind of put everything together and lay it out.
I started out with the outline. So
Mhm.
I started out thinking about, okay, so what is going to be the overarching theme of this book? I had the title, Fix Your Fit, like I've had that forever. But I wanted to know, you know, how did I want this all grouped together? What
Mhm.
were like the big ideas of the chapters?
Right.
And what did I want the outcome to be at the end? Like, what did I want readers to get from this book?
Mhm.
So that's basically how I started. That was like my shell, and then I started to fill it in. But then, of course, I had to go back and make tweaks. So it's chapter names changed and that type of thing. But I started out with a big skeleton.
Mm. So what was your like proudest moment of that book when it came in the mail and you started getting out? What was one of your proudest moments of that?
Actually, my proudest moment was when my mom called me and she, started telling me things about the book. So, just to give you a little background, my mom and I have always read books together. Like we live in different cities, but either she would recommend a book to me or I would recommend a book to her. We get them, we read them, and then we would talk about the books. So we've always done that. But as she's gotten older, that has kind of fallen off.
Right.
So anytime I would write a book, I would send it to her. So I sent her a copy of Fix Your Face. And, I was just assuming that, she put it on the shelf because as she puts our books, I have two sisters that are also writers. And our books are on her shelf. But she called me and she started talking to me about one of the stories in the book. She was like, I remember that. And, she's like, the way you unpack that, she was telling me. And I was like, so you actually reading the book? And she's like, yes, I'm reading the book. So that was like my proudest moment that my mom is reading my book and she's giving me good feedback on the book.
Awesome. So what have you been doing far as to get the books out there? I know you did say you're working with an HR, which is really kind of cool. I was like, oh, that's different. What are you doing to get your books out there?
Well, I took this summer because I'm off for the summer. So I said, okay, I'm going on a book tour. That's what I said to myself. I'm calling it my book tour. So I scheduled different author events every month, as many as I could, book signings. I've done some traveling. I went to Philly. I went to New Orleans. Um, I'm going to Raleigh this coming month. So just getting out there, meeting people, networking. I have kind of got hold of the vendor life in my community. So I know different places that accept vendors and people that go out and sell books. So I've connected myself with some local vendors, and I've tried to build my social media footprint, which that's the most challenging thing.
Yes.
I didn't realize how important this was. I applied for one of these book festivals, and one of the first questions on the application is like, how many people on your subscriber list? And
Yep.
how many followers do you have on Instagram? And I was like, I think 93. So I'm like, oh, now I gotta, do this too. So, this author journey is very rewarding, but then you just keep realizing all these hats you have to wear because, it's like, oh, I didn't know I have to be my own this and my own that. And these things just keep coming at you. But you know what? It's just something that you have to take on and just embrace. So I'm just learning so much. And
I'm glad you said that about the author journey and social media. So what has been like important with that, being an author with your social media? What's one of the things that you said, okay, I need to do this because of this?
Well, you know what? I really had no knowledge of book influencers until just recently. So, one of the book fairs that I went to, they purposefully invited book influencers, and they told us get to know get to know them because they can kind of put your book out there. So I was like, okay, didn't know that was a thing. So, I met some of the book influencers, and was able to kind of tell them my story. So I did get a couple of plugs on Instagram through some book influencers. So I did gain some followers that way. So just kind of being there, being part of the conversations because I never was the person that was on social media every day commenting on things and posting. Like I never have been that person, but now I'm finding I have to be that person.
Yeah. Okay. So where can we find your book at? You drop it.
You can find my book on Amazon, but I know I'm gonna drop a link to my author website, which
Nice.
yeah, it has the link is gonna take you to Amazon. I'm working on trying to do it myself.
Okay.
That'll be another thing.
A lot of hats, a lot of hats.
Yes.
So what's coming up for you next?
Well, actually, I have a new book coming out next
Oh,
month. It's the third in my children's series. I call the children's series my confidence collection. So the third book is called My Words Have Power. And
nice.
just as Dr. Josias said, it's the importance of words and letting kids know early that they speak life, right? And their words are going to be the words they hear more than anyone else's.
Mm.
So they need to use these power words. And so I introduced them to 11 power words in the book and, basically walk them through that, the importance of being intentional with our vocabulary and why that's so important.
Mm. So just off the question. So if you had to change Fix Your Face, I love the title. That's actually I talk about your title all the time. Like, oh, did you read Fix Your Face? But they'd be like, what? I said, oh, you got to get her book. You got to get her book. If you had to change that into a movie, who would you have playing the leading character?
Mm, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm going to think about somebody that I think could really, bring this. Miss Kiki,
Oh,
she got all the little attitude and sass.
yeah.
So I'm thinking about her just off the top of my head.
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, she does got a different, characteristics of
Mhm.
fixing her face. Awesome. So thank you so much, Dr. Sheila. Anything else you want to share with us before I let you go?
No, just that I am so excited about being in this space. I mean, I've always been a lover of, like I said, African American authors and literature. As a young person, I was always searching for those stories. And now just to see the explosion of us out there writing books and just being at these different events and just seeing so many like-minded people is really inspirational. So that's that.
So while I have you, I'm going to ask you our question, our table question. Did you self-publish or you went through a publishing agency?
Well, I self-published, but I did have help with editing and formatting for Fix Your Face. But I
Mm-hmm.
did self-publish. And one thing I've learned on this journey is there's so many people out there that are taking advantage of people who are attempting to self-publish. They're claiming that they'll perform this service or that service.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you have to be very careful. So.
So what did you use any type of program or how did you do your self-publishing? What was the process with your books? Because you have
Well,
two different genres. You have like the children's and your Fix Your Face. So were they different, or did you just do it, publish or use the same concepts?
for the children's books, I put them together on the platform Book Builder,
Okay.
right? And just publish them to KDP and Ingram Spark. But as far as for Fix Your Face, I work with someone to do editing and proofreading and formatting. And then, once that was done, then I uploaded it to KDP. Yeah.
And so your cover, like you said, your cover is unique. How did you kind of come up with that concept? I know you said you was really intentional with that. Did you find
Yeah.
an illustrator or you knew someone? How did you do that?
So initially I did a mock-up on Canva
Okay.
similar to this, but I wanted it to look more professional. So the company that I work with to do the editing and all of those things,
Mhm.
um, I also gave them my sample cover and they gave me some other options based off of what I submitted to them. So we just worked to tweak it, and they send it back to me and I give them feedback until it was what I wanted.
Mhm. So did you think through self-publishing would you go a different route? I know it's a lot of work, but for your next book, are you going to do the same thing or are you going to try to look for a publisher?
Um, I'm thinking right now that I would probably do the same thing because I
Okay.
have no idea what it would look like to look for a publisher. And based on the research that I've done, um, I don't think I would want to, just
Okay.
the way things are set up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would probably go the self-publishing route again.
Okay. And as far as like time, like how long did it take you to, like for the children's book, put it in Book Builder and put it in the Ingram Spark and make it like what was that timing like?
Well, first I come up with the idea, and once that idea kind of, sits with me and I'm able to kind of think through, how I want to map it out on pages. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of these people that I always have a notepad by me. I'm always jotting down something, a phrase will come to me or what have you. But once, I guess, have my rough draft, then I kind of start playing with it and putting it in the platform. So once I actually, I guess, start putting it in the platform, I mean, it could take maybe 2 weeks because I'll do some tweaks and, make sure everything is set up the way I want it to be set up. What I didn't mention is that I've been using AI to create my images.
Mm-hmm.
So I have been sharpening my prompting for, to get images. And I like more nice, colorful images in the
Right.
books. Um, and I've been finding that there's a lot of hate for AI. I'm in some groups on Facebook, and
Yeah.
people can be very vocal with their opinions on, AI use, and authors that use AI. And I take it with a grain of salt because, again, everybody has their opinions.
Right.
But just being able to put it in the platform does not take very long. But what I also do is I have a group of educators that once I have everything set up, we do a Zoom meeting and they look at everything I have in the platform and they give me feedback on colors and, the text, whether anything should be changed. So it's just a group of educator friends that work with kids and that, it's a diverse group of educators,
Mm-hmm.
school counselors, different races, and they give me feedback. So, and they're like my little final team that I use to make my last changes before I, hit the publish.
That's very interesting. You said group of educators and looking at everything in color. Why is colors and text all of that? Why is that so important when it comes to children's books? What's the background behind that?
Well, I love books and I love children's books. I buy
Mm,
a children's book for myself.
right.
But I find that a lot of times that they're just mostly the pages are white
Mm,
and everything just has this clean look to it, which I don't
right.
have a problem with. But I personally like the colors. I
Mm-hmm.
like, the way things pop with the color and it just gives it a different look to me and I
Nice.
like it.
Yeah. Like.
And then I use my my kids in my classroom. They're like my biggest supporters. They think I'm a superstar. So um yeah, so and they always want me to read the books to them. And not only do I read my books to my class, but I read it to classrooms around the school and it's in the school library.
Nice.
So my hope is to get it in other libraries. But it's all a work in progress.
Okay. Awesome. Anyone else? Has anyone else used a publisher? Dr. Josiah, how did you go about putting out your books? Can you share?
Yeah, I did self-publishing route. I got myself an editor. I went to Fiverr and hired independents
Oh,
that way. And if when everything was done, I just uploaded on Amazon and Instant Ingram Sparks.
okay. Did you use any type of agents, literary agents to help you kind of push the book or anything like that?
Nope.
Oh,
So what I did is, especially out here in Seattle, I use a lot of vending opportunities. I reached out directly with the press to get it out. I reached out to Brad Key PR, where they do a press release for you for free for your books, and I just
mm,
sent it out to multiple agencies out in Seattle. And that same press release, I use it for national levels
mhm.
to get my book attentions.
Can you share that one more time? What was that press release?
Brad Key PR, I'll put it on the chat.
Nice. Okay. Awesome. So how has that been successful for you? Have you been able to get placed in different media and
I had
yep. So how has
yeah.
that experience been?
So basically from there, I'm going on tour in August.
Okay.
And it's called the Black Matters Tour.
Mm-hmm.
And the experience has been amazing. Using that, being able to get into different venues and different aspects of that way. So when someone's like, "Hey, I want to know about your book," and can you tell me more about your book? I'll tell them in full effect. And sometimes they'll ask me, "Hey, do you have like any media press that I can know about your book?" I just send them the press that they send me. They created for me.
Nice, nice, nice. So, all the outlets, what has been like the one has that really has helped kind of with book sales and get your name out there? What media outlet has been like really helpful, you think?
That's a very good question. I'm not quite, I can't say confidently what outlet that has been very successful.
Mhm.
Because even as of right now, a majority of my book sales happen through my website. I
Mhm.
think the biggest one has been when I was featured with Ice Cube on Yahoo Finance, being named as one of the top 10 inspirational African Americans in 2021. Once that happened, I started seeing a revenue stream of just book sales over and over and over again.
Nice. Okay. So pretty much, yeah. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. And then, far as your self publishing, you said what was your process in self publishing?
Yeah, my publish was self-publishing. I went to Fiverr, got myself a editor, a book designer, a formatter, and then from there, almost everything was done to complete. I went ahead and uploaded on Amazon, Ingram Sparks, and I use Ingram Sparks to do the marketing aspect of promotion wise. I know there's a
Mm-hmm.
cost to it. Then I use Instagram a lot with a lot of hashtags to get more attention on the books, and of course, being different book groups on Facebook helped me out also.
Yeah. You said Fiverr. I know people like Fiverr. You got what from Fiverr, kid? You said you got a editor.
An
Wow.
editor, an editor, someone who could format it, someone who does
Nice.
book design. So everything that I needed to get the book out, put all together in one, I went to Fiverr.com and hired people independently.
Now, now I know Fiverr has like 50 million people that say they can do all these things. Was it hard kind of narrowing it down? Like, what were you looking for in Fiverr to say, yeah, you're going to be able to do this right?
I went through the reviews because on Fiverr you can see the star
Yes.
level of stars. Also went to the
Mm-hmm.
reviews. Some people that give a review, I actually even vetted the people who wrote the review, making sure it's not a fake person or a real person. It's not a fake person. So I would either reach out to them directly on Fiverr and have them tell me their story about, hey, what do you guys think about this person? I see you send a review. Tell me more about this individual.
Nice.
And then from there on, I make a judgment decision if I want to say yay or nay. A lot of times, if I see it's more of us doing reviews on a certain individual, my judgment is always much higher. Nothing with other people, but it's kind of skeptical these days when it comes to hiring third party people to do work on your behalf.
Yeah.
So I actually do a lot of vetting when it comes to hiring individuals.
Nice. Nice. Now do you think that was like a cost effective way? Have you did that for all your books or just your first book?
Just my first book.
Okay. And you have another book out. Did you do the same process or you did something totally
Oh,
different?
nope. I went totally different. I went directly to KDP DeBerg Publishing and have them handle everything for me.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you get any when you went through KDP Direct Publishing? Did you have like a lot of input, or it was like, okay, just give me this, and then we'll fix it all together?
I had a lot of input because it is self-publishing, and I let them know that hey, I want to have because through every process you have to approve it before they can
Yes.
actually submit it. So they can't really go further until you give the okay to
Right.
saying yep, I want to go ahead and move it forward to next level. So you definitely have an input. They want to make sure that you like it to your liking and that you're okay with it before it gets out there. Because if you don't give the okay, they can't move forward.
Okay. All right. Any tips on self publishing? Because I know you went a different way. Fiverr, like I said, Fiverr is good, but any
Um,
tips?
Any tips? Well, I'll say for self-publishing, it's amazing to say you own 100% of the rights of the book when it comes to self-publishing. But when you publish your book and it's out there for self-publishing, I would say treat your book like you're the business card. Like, you are the brand of your book. And to get your book out there, I will say also reach out to your local outlets, newspaper outlets, journals, media, because your local media has always wanted to interview people's stories, especially self-publishing authors.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
J.W. Young, how did you publish your book?
Yes, I self-published my book.
Okay. And
it was the third one, and so I decided to do it with all three.
Okay. And did you use the same concept, KDP and Ingram Spark, or did you use something different?
Very similar to that. I started out, the first book that I wrote was poetry and writings, just miscellaneous writings about time and space. And that one was kind of like my learning book. I started out with KDP and Ingram Spark there, learned the ropes, kind of went through a few snags, a few hiccups, but I did rely on some independent contractors to help me with that book. And also my second book, which is the cookbook, Mama's Gluten-Free, Dairy-Free, and Sugar-Free Classics in Louisiana, Southern Food Essentials. For that book, I actually worked with Book Baby to do the editing and the initial layout. And that was just, it took so much of a weight off of my shoulders, and I would do that again, which I plan to do for my next book. So I combined the expertise with Book Baby, allowed them to do a lot of the processes, layout, editing as well. And then I added it to Ingram Spark and let them take over for distribution.
Oh, nice. Okay, so Book Baby. All right, so we got to put that in our notes. Awesome. You think that was cost effective? Has it been kind of? You said it took a lot of things off your shoulder, but was it cost effective letting them do all that stuff instead of you doing it for your own?
I definitely think so. I remember, just reflecting back what I went through the first book that I did most of the editing, but I did hire someone to help me because it was a poetry book. It was a little bit less formal, when you're just expressing yourself creatively through words. With the cookbook, I really wanted it to stand out and look like and feel like a true, published, like from a publishing house. And I think it was very cost effective thinking back about how much time and energy and focus that I spent on the first book doing it myself or having somebody in tandem with me. I think it was definitely cost effective and I would do it again.
Okay, awesome. Has anyone on the call use a publishing agency or a publisher? Or are we all just wonderful self-publishers?
I use
oh, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I used a publishing company.
Oh, okay.
It gave step-by-step direction because it was a fee, and they guarantee you a book in like a year.
Okay.
And I did that. It's one of the popular one online, and I'm the type of person I research, make sure everything was legit, and it was legit. In fact, she's published over 250 books.
Nice.
Yeah.
And what was the name? Can you share?
Yes, it's Miriam Publishing Company.
Oh.
Miriam Publishing Company. It's the real deal. It's not fake. And they take you to a step-by-step process. And one of my editors, I don't know whether or not some of you know, Sharon Jennings. She's from Sharon Jennings. She's wrote over 70 books. She's from Canada.
Okay.
And she was my editor. And they have a team. So they keep you on track. Every month, every week, you have a coach you report to, and you report monthly, and you have meetings. So it's legit. And so my next book, I will be with Purple Works Publishing out of New York. So I'm going with them, but it was awesome. Miriam was awesome. And of course, my husband was my illustrator of my book. Yeah, so I kept it in the family. So he always be my illustrator. Yes.
Okay.
Save a lot of money.
So with Miriam, how did you find that? And what made you say, yes, I'm going to go definitely with her?
When we came face to face online, she talked to me for about 30 minutes, and she was legit. I could feel her. She was authentic. And
Mhm.
she said, the world, when she told me this, she said, the world needs to hear your story. I was like, okay, I'm ready. Very convincing. And I'm so happy I did. She's an amazing person. Very amazing. Yeah.
So you said every week you had a coach and things like that. So how important was that coach as far as,
Oh, it was extremely important because she kept you on track.
mhm,
Uh, each week you were supposed to be at a certain position in your writing process. And so,
mhm,
yeah, it kept us on track. So we were in the encouragement, and also like this community is an online community that supports you,
mhm,
whatever problems you're having. So I'm very fortunate to have found you because you give that same report, that same support. But there's
mhm.
a team of people out there who hope you will be a successful author.
Okay. All right. Can you drop their information in chat? That's
Of
really awesome.
course,
That's really
we
awesome.
will.
And then you said your next one is with what's
Purple Works
Purple Works, and they're out of New York.
out of New York. Her name is Sarah Ratcliffe. I'll put that in there also.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. So we have some options. Yes. I mean, I definitely, everyone, the self-publish is a really great thing. Like you said, you have ownership of
Yes.
your own book and property, but also if you need that extra push, there's nothing wrong with having a coach because sometimes, you get into that life start lifing, or you
Yeah.
get into that block and you're like, okay, where was I at? So definitely, definitely, definitely it's important to have some coaching
Mm-hmm.
or go the self-publishing route. Uh,
Right.
Ingram Spark is growing. We're adding some different little features as well. My thing is, with the AI, I just have to be careful with that because, like Dr. Sheila said, there's so much going on back and forth with that. So just be mindful and just kind of stay up on track with what's going on how AI is working out within the publishing community. I know just recently somebody sued a company for using AI on with books or something like that, and they have to pay a whole bunch of authors money. So just definitely, if you are part of some trade organizations or anything that relates to books, I would definitely sign up for some newsletters. ALA is really, really great with putting out information about what's going on in the book industry. But so please, please, please make sure that you are part of the conversation and knowing what's going on. Social media is not going to tell you everything, but the literacy trade magazines will definitely, try to keep you in a loop of how the industry is changing and what's going on in the industry because, as AI comes about, as we get more technology sophisticated, as not just on Facebook, there's so many other social media platforms pop up, things changing, ownership rights and what's copyrighted, what belongs to who, what, where. So just definitely make sure you are, being abreast of those conversations that are being had and be part of some type of magazine trade newsletter or some association so that way you can keep in the loop of what's going on. All right. Everyone okay? Everyone feels good?
Yes.
Yes, awesome. So I hope everyone takes some notes. I got me some notes myself. Everything is also in the chat as well. So please, please, please make sure you take notes. And if you have any questions, please let us know. Um, so JW, we're going to give you the floor. We're going to get you started now. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you. All right, very excited to share with you. My journey was a little interesting with this book, Mama's Gluten Free, Dairy Free, Sugar Free. My journey started when I was a young girl. I was allergic to pretty much everything. I wanted to eat everything as well, but I was very restricted. I started getting a lot of just strange symptoms back when I would eat certain foods. And it wasn't until my 20s, I'd say in my teen years, I was just put on a battery of antibiotics to take every time I had a flare up or a problem with my food that I ate. And so I had to survive through, junior high, high school with this unknown, no cause, no cure disease. And that's what they called it back then. And it wasn't until in my 20s that I decided to work with a naturopath physician, and they started taking out things out of my diet. And that was the secret. So what I learned was is my food was definitely related to my health, but also my life. And I started eating for my life. But what I missed was that relationship between Louisiana cuisine, which I heard Dr. Sheila say she's from Louisiana, just missing that Louisiana food, that flavor. You can't find it anywhere else. And when I got married, my husband was a Cajun from Cajun country, and he demanded that the foods that he ate was accurate. And so I had to learn to cook. So the first phone call I made was to his father, and he says, "I'm going to give you a recipe for uh, one's for when you po, one's for when you're not." So he gave me red beans and rice, and he gave me gumbo. And those were the lifelines of every meal that we had. So because of my own food restrictions is what draw me to perfect or try and recreate these Louisiana classics and Southern food essentials, whether it's gumbo, whether it's venison chili, whether it's honey barbecued chicken, whether it's you name it, it's in the book. But I also included something a little extra in the book too, cooking tips, preparations, how do you blacken fish? How do you make a roux? All of those things are included in the book too, because Louisiana cuisine is so unique. It's such a wonderful, wonderful classic way of cooking food, and you can't lose the flavor. I remember when we talked before, he was like, "Did you lose the flavor?" I promised you I didn't. And I was glad to hear that you tried some of the recipes. So that's what inspired me to write the book. And also, I learned that sharing the information, I put as much emphasis into the cooking tips and preparation tips for Louisiana classic cuisine as I did the recipes themselves. Because, just looking at it, with a clean slate, how do you blacken fish? What do you do to your cast iron skillet? How do you season a cast iron skillet? And so those are the kind of things that are in the book, and no resulting loss of flavor or savor. I'm really excited about it and proud of it.
So, Jade, I'm going to take you back because I remember you from another book. Can you share your other book as well?
Yes, my first book was poetry and writings, which is poetry is generally the genre that I stay in there. My first book was called A Bruised Odyssey, Poems and Writings by J.W. Young. And that was all of the poetry that I used to write out of the in the shadows of darkness, because my spouse at the time was very, very, yeah, I'd say difficult. And he didn't want me to write. I found a lot of joy when I wrote poetry, and that was something that really got under his skin. And so he would take it and tear it up all the time. So these poems with Marriage 2001, A Bruce Odyssey, those were all the fragments that remained throughout the years that I kept in shoe boxes, that I kept in backpacks and hidden away in my stash from moving from place to place in all those years. And so that is a journey of, real true heart and an odyssey of trauma in that first book. And poetry again is my number one main category, but my personal journey just had to shine through and make this cookbook. But thank you for asking about that first one. That
Yes.
poems and writings was a great way to release, great way to connect with people that have also been through difficult relationships and losing a lot of yourself in the marriage. And so it was a lot more to do with being married, not allowed to be myself, not having a voice, being subjugated, all those things that were culminated in that book.
So tell us a little bit about one lesson you learned being an author, business owner, because you own your own work. One lesson have you learned?
You own your voice. Speak
Mm.
loudly with it. Never let anyone get you off of your own voice. Don't let anyone have it. Don't let anyone share it. You only have one, and it is yours entirely. Speak your voice and let it shine.
So I was trying to. I have it right here. So I have the cookbook. So I was like, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try the which one did I do? I did the jambalaya because I like jambalaya. So
Mhm.
tell us a little bit about that. Like I know I cooked it and it still had good flavor. So tell us a little bit about the recipe and some of the things that you substituted but still give that flavor. Because you know sometimes you with jambalaya you can't skip. But I was like, I'm like, okay, she said to put it in there. I'm gonna put it in there. So tell us a little bit about that recipe.
The jambalaya is a good one. Louisiana is well known for its one pot meals and just feed the whole family meals. Also, you have to have all the flavor. So there's a long list of seasonings that go into that. Louisiana classic seasons, whether it's parsley, whether it's a little bit of cayenne, and having all the things that go with it. But one thing that I struggle with that particular recipe was how to keep that just smooth flavor, that smooth texture as results in jambalaya. And I used an ingredient called European cultured vegan butter. I had to find that one and put a little bit in there, to make it really have that smoothness and that fluffiness that you needed and resulted in the final dish. So jambalaya was a long one. It's probably one of the recipes with the longest list of ingredients, but I didn't want to lose any of the savory either. And so these are ingredients that you might grow in your windowsill garden. These are ingredients that you might have stashed away in dries, herbs and spices in your spice rack. But it was very important to get all the spices down correctly and to make sure that you had a really good flavorful dish at the end. And then also included in the book, something that Dr. Sheila missed, the lanyap was also something that you put in there. It means, like she said, a little bit extra. So I also talk about the different meat trios that you can use. We call them trinities. If you wanted to use shrimp and beef sausage and chicken, you could, or you wanted to use a completely seafood trio or trinity, you could. So I added those things in the book to make sure that you had options, whatever meets your flavor palette, but you didn't lose the savory.
So also it was when I was reading the book, I was like, oh, I have that. You talked about a cast iron pan. I think everybody in my family has one of those. Why is that so important? What does that do to food?
The way it cooks, I mean, the way that it heats up naturally, it starts the heat from the bottom and then all the way up through the sides. It's not like a typical saucepan. It holds all that heat all the way around, and putting that lid on it, that heavy lid on top of it, it's almost like it's a one pot steam cooker almost. And so you use it for everything. I use it and when you season it properly, it'll last forever. In fact, my grandmother handed me down her cast iron cook set as an heirloom when I got married, and a lot of people do that or did back in the day, was hand down that cast iron cook set. But I use it for everything. I use it for the honey buttered cornbread. I use it for the jambalaya because I lose the lid on it, and that's what keeps all the meats steaming and soaking in all those great juices in that rice. I also use it to fry the fried fish. I put the catfish in there, put the chicken and the fried shrimp also in there too. You use it for everything. And so that's why it was so essential for me to include that. How do you season that skillet so that it'll last you for a lifetime?
What was one of the difficult recipes to write and get right, as you tested to make sure, okay, this is how it's supposed to taste. What was one of the difficult ones?
The etouffee, it relies on butter. And it is one of the dishes in Louisiana cooking that starts with a blonde roux, which is very light roux, where you just start the little butter, you start cooking it with a little bit of the flour, and then you start, you don't want to make a true roux when you do your etouffee. You just want to get that thickener going. And so it relies heavily on butter. It's a very butter-based dish. And so I had to get that right. If I couldn't get that right, I wasn't going to put it in the book. And I wasn't sure I would put the book out if I didn't get it in there. And so I did find that European culture vegan butter. It's a big long word to say that it's butter. It's vegan butter that has been cultured and fermented without those milk proteins. And it slices like butter. It tastes like butter. It's the only item that you need to find in a specialty food store, And everything else can come from anywhere online. It can come from your local grocery store. You might have it in that windowsill garden I talked about. But that European style culture butter was something I had to seek out. And it's
Mm.
so worth it. If you need dairy free, it's so worth it to have that in there. And I couldn't make it without it. You had to have butter as a base. So I had to find that. And if I didn't get it right, like I said, it wouldn't go in that cookbook. And I wasn't sure I would put the cookbook out at all. But I did. I found it. It's worth seeking out in the specialty store. And it's one of the only ingredients that will really be something that you have to search for. But it's worth it.
So you have a cookbook. How are you promoting it, and what's some of the challenges in promoting the cookbook?
Right now, I promote it on social media, and the book was actually awarded by Literacy Moments Magazine. Thank you, the Regional Book Award. And so that has really allowed people to get more interested in the book. They're hearing a lot about it based on the award that I was granted, and I'm very excited about it. Right now, all the talk that I'm hearing about is the congratulations on the award. So again, I want to thank your organization for that, for the Regional Book Award for the cookbook. And but other than that, social media, just talking to people in Facebook groups who have limitations on diet or restrictions on diets, getting it tapped into markets that are unique for gluten-free, dairy-free, allergen-free cooking and living. It's a real niche when it comes to the cookbook. My poetry book was not this way. I still haven't gotten a lot of traction, but it's a whole nother category, and it's a whole nother type of seriousness in that book. But the cookbook, I've gotten a lot of wings from, gluten-free, allergen-free, restricted diet websites, the
Right.
press release, the book award, and things like that.
So if you had your choice to go on Chopped or Gordon Ramsay show, what recipe would you cook?
I would go on Chopped, and I would do the classic gumbo recipe because no one really
Mm.
believes me when I say that I can make that gluten-free.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll hold you to that. So if I see us saying on dishes, I'm passing it your way for sure.
All right. Hey, I'll look for it. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I'd be very proud of my gumbo and stand strong with my gumbo with Chopped.
So what's next for you? What's any new books coming out or just promoting the current one?
Promoting a lot right now, but I do have the next book. It's already ready to be released. It's back in the poetry category in that genre. And it's about finding my life's journey from that book, that first book that I talked about, which is a very dark place. And so
Mhm.
this poetry book that's coming out next after the cookbook is the journey from the dark place to a beautiful place of love and reclaiming myself and my reclaiming my soul and who I am as a person and all the poetry that goes along with that. So it's a beautiful, beautiful journey about finding yourself, and loving yourself from the soul inside out.
And any book signage or anything like that coming up for you?
Possibly, I decided not to do the book tour this year. Maybe next year, I'd like to go to a couple of book signings. If I do, it'll be in Louisiana at the Capitol building in October 31st at the Louisiana Book Festival.
Oh, okay. Okay. Um, to my last question for you is, my family, we have like a lot of different recipes. How were you able to get all that together into a book? Like, what was the process like?
It was going back to the family favorites first. There came a point in while I was married and raising my son that they would say, you don't have to make two different dishes anymore. Just make your food. We love it. And so
Mhm.
that was like a big milestone for me to get the blessing from Louisiana Eater to say, you don't have to cook it my way anymore. I want yours. And
Mhm.
so once I started getting that kind of feedback, I asked them, what are your favorites? I know my favorites to cook, but what are your favorites to eat? And because it's the eating experience that I really wanted to show that you didn't have to lose anything with gluten-free, dairy-free, or sugar-free. And that was how I prioritized it. Gumbo was always a favorite. Monday, we ate red beans and rice every Monday as tradition. We had the fried shrimp and fried catfish po' boys and had gluten-free baguettes for that. So it's just a priority. It went down the list of what we love to eat, and I had to include it in there. There's breakfast dishes, like I have the apple sausage. I heard you say about making foods with your grandmother. I made the apple sausage side by side with my grandmother, starting from what hog did we want to pick, and,
Oh,
and
wow.
going all the way through to the dinner table because she had a big farm. And so I stood side by side and made those apple breakfast sausages with her my whole life, and it was such a joy. So just bringing in little things like that were really important. Food that we really eat it, excuse me, foods that were really eaten all the time at my home, and that's how we prioritize it. What were the most popular, all the way down to the snacks. I have banana oat bread in there, which I can't live without when I go on road trips. It's something you can't find anything to eat when you're gluten free at the truck stop or the convenience store. And so
That's
I
true.
bring this banana oat bread with me and it lasts me for days. And so I put that in there too, some of the staples that I would use. I also included what's called the little man sandwich because I traveled a lot for a period of time when my son was growing up, and he made a sandwich on his own using banana and cream cheese and bagel. And so I even put that in there now that there is such a great way to get gluten-free bagels out there on the grocery shelves. So just demand and what we really truly ate at the house.
Oh, nice. Any questions?
Mm.
All right. Well, can you drop the chat in the chat where we can purchase your book and things that sort? Thank you so much. Uh, honestly, I applaud you for putting that together because I know that is a challenge being gluten free, sugar free. And when I saw the title, I was like, okay, she said no sugar. Wait a minute. And then she said New Louisiana. Wait a minute. She got to tell me about this. How's this going to work out? Because I've been to New Orleans. I know what it is. So the fact that you were able to successfully overcome those challenges, I applaud you altogether. And like I said, when you
Thank
sent me the
you.
book, I said, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. And I was like, oh my goodness. And you were right. Finding the butter was the most challenging, but I did find it. But that was the only
All
thing.
right.
Everything else I had in my cabinet already. I was like, all right, I can do this. So thank you so much for challenging me again. It really was awesome. It is an awesome book, and I love the recipes. I love them. So
Thank you. It brings joy to my heart to hear that. Thank you so much. I'll put the info in the chat.
yes, awesome. All right, Miss Fairren, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, everyone, again. I am Fairren McLemore, author, speaker, and founder of Inkspire by Fairren. I actually just launched my merch business, Hazell, this this March. So I'm with you on
Okay.
learning merch. So maybe we can bounce some ideas back and forth off of each other. But Inkspire by Fairren was birth, as I mentioned before, just the inspiration behind empowering children and people just to shine unapologetically. So my first book is actually the shining through my journey with incontinence or pigmenty. So as I mentioned, my daughter was born with this rare skin condition that no one has ever heard of. And as a first time mom, trying to navigate what I felt like was the most painful moments in my life. I never set out to be an author and I never thought that I was going to be an author, but um, God always knew it was in my plan because I already had started writing when I had my daughter in 2015. I already had started writing my journey. And about 2023, I made a decision to write a children's book, really just to one, advocate for my daughter in this rare condition, to bring awareness for it because in the NICU, the doctors, the neurologists, the genetic doctors were all Googling these symptoms, trying to figure out what this was that she had. And like I mentioned before, it's a skin condition. It primarily affects the skin, but it can affect your entire nervous system with having alopecia in your hair, missing or peg-shaped teeth. You can have strokes and seizures depending on the severity of it. And so, my second book that I am featuring today is actually The Voice of a Mother's Pain. And I wrote this because I know what it feels like to carry pain that no one else can see. And as a mother, I face moments of fear, heartache, and uncertainty, that emotional exhaustion while navigating my daughter's rare disease. There were days where I questioned everything, but then at the same time, I also discovered the strength that only God could provide me. And so this book became my voice for every mother who has ever cried in silence, who's ever questioned her strength, wondered if anyone truly understand what she was carrying. So I wanted mothers to know that they were not alone and that healing is possible, and even when the journey is difficult. So the inspiration, again, is my daughter, and I have three books: Shining Through, The Journey Continue, actually published this year. And this one actually just gives you an update. So the first book introduces the condition, introduces my daughter. Shining Through, The Journey Continues. It introduces kind of where she is now, because she has a intellectual disability. And so it's going to inspire you. It's going to inspire children, really just to not be afraid of their differences and to stand in it. And then The Voice of a Mother's Pain, again, four other mothers, we got together, and I wanted to, one, give them a voice. One mother that I worked with really just thanked me for allowing, just helping her share her story. And while it was tough for us to share these moments, because we had to go back and we had to revisit these things that once caused us, heartache and pain. But working with those four mothers was phenomenal. One mother said it was traumatizing and they had to go through therapy, just again because they had to relive it. But it was something that I wanted to make sure that one mother's, any one who's dealing with any type of disabilities, they know that there is end of the tunnel. And I wanted to make sure that they knew that someone was standing with them.
Right here.
So that was the biggest inspiration behind this book. And then Inspired by Fairren, again, is also just merch. So it's merch with inspirational sayings. I just actually launched my kids collections, and the kids collections have affirmations on their shirts. So I have a few designs that I have created for adults and children. And the funny part about it is the children collections that I actually launch. So the affirmations, I am enough, watch me shine, because I want to teach everyone to shine unapologetically and always be themselves authentically. And a lot of adults actually wanted those shirts. So I've recently made them available in adult collections. I am enough, I am beautiful, those things, because it's a constant reminder. Just like Dr. Sheila mentioned, affirmations are something that is needed, especially for children. So it's important for me to start with children, because how we teach them and how they feel about themselves at a young age translate into who they are as adults. So it was important to me to share my journey. I've always been passionate about uplifting and inspiring, and I always ask God, how can I do it? And He led me here. So I'm grateful to be a part of this journey, and I'm grateful to continue to inspire and uplift, and that I get to do it using my own personal experiences.
Awesome. Any questions? Any questions? All right. I see Letitia, but you're on mute. Do you have a question? So far, Fairren, what have you been doing with the book? Have you been on to events, or how have you shared your story with readers with your book?
Yes, so local events, vendor events. I'm a part of the Black Child Book Fair.
Nice.
Recently, just like Dr. Josias, he mentioned just get with the local. I've reached out to our newspaper who featured the first book, and then I've gotten with our local library. So I've done a podcast with them, which helps get your book into libraries. And so I've done that, and they've invited me to come back. So each book, I'm able to come back and do a podcast review, talk about the book, and then get the book entered into libraries.
Okay, awesome. And then what I know you said you started writing this book, but what made you say, let me include some other moms in this journey that I'm going through?
You know what? At first, it was just going to be me. It was just going to be me. But then when I realized that I really just wanted to, I didn't want to just highlight incontinency or pigmenty or IP. I wanted to highlight different disabilities, and I wanted to just get everybody's journey with it is different. And that's just kind of where I'm all about collaborating as well and building community, and it was a way that I could do it. And I don't really know these mothers. These mothers were recommended to me just by other authors, in the industry. So we all talked on the phone and we all shared our story, and it was a way that we can connect. So it was really just getting those different conditions out there, and just really help or really showing how they can actually walk through and navigate and just give those tips and tips that how they can actually help other mothers navigate the situations as well. For those, I know usually when you're dealing with disability, sometimes you kind of hide in the back when you're raising a child with a disability, and sometimes it's not always easy to share that story or that journey. And so really, I just wanted them to make sure that they felt heard and they felt seen in those moments, because raising children in general is not easy, but definitely raising a child with a disability, really just being someone that they can, come to and get that feedback for, or just to vent if they needed to, is why I included those other four mothers.
And how has being an author kind of changed your life or just made things different?
You know what? It's been an incredible journey. Each year, so my daughter, each grade that she goes to, I've been able to get into the schools and I've been able to speak with the children and really just not only, it just really helps people teach how to treat someone with a disability. And so it's actually my favorite thing to do. It's my favorite thing to do just to see the expressions on the kids' face when they feel inspired. Actually, in the back of Shining Through My Journey, Shining Through the Journey Continues, I actually have a reflection page in the back,
Nice.
if you can see that. And it actually asks the children what makes them shine. And they can either draw about it or write about it. And it's something they love about themselves, the strength or talent they have, a time they felt brave, or a way they help someone. So really just trying to make sure they know self-love, right? Just really teaching that important concept of self-love, which I've learned that reflection page is actually a big hit. And they actually love to talk about what they love about themselves, which I love the vulnerability. And I love that they're willing just to share. And it's been an incredible journey because it's one, like I mentioned, it's my lived experience. A lot of people ask, how I got through, all of this particular, journey, but it's really just perspective. I think my mindset before was, why me? I'm a first time mom. I got this little girl who's going through everything you can think of in the NICU for 2.5 months. Took a toll, but it was really the perspective, the mindset, and really just leaning on God to get me through. And so knowing that, just feeling like this is what I was destined to do just because of how easy the process has been. I haven't had a lot of bumps in the road at all through the process. But it's been a great journey.
And what would you say like was the most challenging as you was going through and writing the book? What was one of the most challenging things?
For me, probably just reliving it. My daughter is 11 now.
Okay.
So she's been through, so you can have this condition mild or severely. So my daughter has it severely, which means she's had seizures and strokes, and she has an intellectual disability, so she has a developmental delay. So really just learning all of this, I had to take the step back. I had to educate myself about the condition. There's so many, doctor's appointments, physical therapy, occupational therapy. There's so many things that as parents we had to also adjust our lives and learn. So the biggest thing is just reliving the story. But now I think I've gotten to a place where I'm more excited to share it, because I'm more excited to help someone else get through a similar situation.
Right.
So that'll be the most part. But even still now I look at her, and sometimes it's, they say don't question God, but at the same time, because she's so loving and so, so bright, but at the same time, I think this was my purpose, and this was just the journey that God created for her.
Awesome. Devonna, you had a question?
Yes, I just had a quick question for her. Now that your daughter is older, how does she say she feels about her story being told? And do you think she'll get to a point where she wants to tell it, through her perspective as well as what you're sharing?
That's an excellent question. So, first of all, I've included her in this entire process. She doesn't always understand it, but I've included her in the entire process. And I'm actually trying to get her to a point where she can share from her point of view. She knows that she has IP. Our favorite thing is I have IP, but it doesn't have me. So she's learning what it is and how it affects her body. And so eventually that is definitely the goal. Is I'm advocating for her now. And then eventually I want her to be able to advocate for herself and tell her story.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? So Fairren, what is coming up next for you? And is it another book coming? What's next for you?
So right now, I am just diving into this merch.
Okay.
I'll be a
Awesome.
part. Yeah, I'll be a part. Actually, I have a few. I'll show you guys. So one of it, Faith carried me where fear couldn't.
Nice. It's nice.
I don't know if you guys can see that. And then I have, I am the beauty I once questioned, because
Oh,
sometimes we question our beauty. And then there is a movement of self-love. So just
Oh, I
the
love that
butterfly,
one. Yeah.
you transfer from a butterfly to or from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And then there is this is what strength looks like.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So
Awesome.
those are just a few. But really I just wanted something that can be inspirational that you can wear. And then like I mentioned, the kids that just launched maybe a couple days ago, a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Um, and so I am enough, shine unapologetically, watch me shine, I am beautiful. Really something that the kids can wear and be confident in that.
Nice, nice. What made you want to do merch? What was like the behind inspiration? Because I'm looking at the pictures, I'm like, yes, those are really awesome. What made you go that direction?
You know what? Just one, another stream of income.
Yeah.
Two, when I did Inspired, a lot of people thought like they think I'm a tattoo place. So when I started, they're like Inspired, like is that a tattoo? No. So it's play off Inspired, right?
Right.
So Inspired, I wanted something that I could also be an author and share my books, but also include merch that I didn't have to set a separate, business for.
Yes.
And really, like I said, through the books, really just something you can wear. And now that I've entered the merch world, like when I get up in the morning, I'm like, I can just make a shirt. Like I don't have to wear anybody else's stuff. But
Right.
really just again, just the affirmation piece of it, really just something that you can wear, just that constant reminder, right? That you're enough, or you are what strength looks like, or faith carried you where fear couldn't. My favorite Bible verse is God didn't give me the spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. And through this entire journey, a lot of times we could be scared or we can be fearful. But even in these moments, I definitely do not walk in fear. And I tell people my motto is if I can change it, change it. And if I can't, embrace it. And so with my daughter living with incontinence pigmenty, that's something that she will live, with the rest of her life. She'll still live a normal life, but there's just things that, we have to do to make sure she's supported. The condition is actually lethal in boys. So I do have a son, so we did have to make sure that he wasn't a carrier of the gene, but so there's so many things that we had to change. So our lives pretty much evolve around her, but she's the greatest gift that God has ever given me. So
all right, we have a question. Hazell, you have a question?
Yes, you mentioned that you wrote "I Am Enough." Can you show the cover? I am
no,
enough.
that was a t-shirt design.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a t-shirt design. Yeah, my only three books are Shining Through My Journey with Incontinentia Pigmenty, Shining Through the Journey Continues, and The Voice of a Mother's Pain.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, do you make your
Any
own
ideas?
t-shirts or do you outsource them?
I make my own t-shirts. So
Oh,
I
okay.
have a local person here who prints the transfers for me.
Nice.
Because I've done them online as well, but I just like the personal relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have someone here local who prints them for me, and then I press them on my own and ship them out.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, you are staying busy.
Yeah.
Keeping revenue flowing internally. Good thing. Two good things. Two good things. Any other questions? Nice. All right. Please drop your information in the chat, Fairren. Please definitely drop your information in the chat. And since I have you here, I'm going to ask you. So you talked about, well, our next topic is about finding readers and using multiple revenue streams. So you actually have the books and the t-shirts. So how do you find the readers for your books? Like what events or what have you done to find readers for your buyers and readers for your book?
So because I am mostly based, like I'm mostly a children's book author. The Voice of a Mother's Pain just came from the thought of me wanting to share my journey. So I tried to attend a lot of children's books vendors. And then the biggest part is just going into my daughter's school. So she's getting ready to go to the fifth grade. So what I usually do is I go and I hand her teacher a book and I let her know like this is and she has such a phenomenal school that they pretty much already know who she is, but I just want them to understand like this is a different class, this is different people. So really just getting into the different schools here. I do book readings for different schools here. And then just the different vendor events that I try to be a part of. So when I'm a part of a vendor event that's not children's related, then I include the Voice of a Mother's Pain. When it's just children book related, then I just include the two children's books that I have. So that's how I get and then of course, while I'm at these events, just building those connections and just connecting with the different people. I try to make my table fun for kids to want to come over. Spin wheels, stickers, bookmarks, just to have them come over. But they're also, it's so surprising how kids really just want to hear the story. And as soon as I lead with my book is about my daughter, they think that's so cool. Everybody think that's so cool that you're writing about your daughter. And so there are different things that I like to include at those events that really just draw people near. So I'm able to share, and then social media as well. So just getting in different groups on social media where I can share the story, um, and that's also how I kind of try to get it out of there.
So what age group is your book for? What you would say? The
So
children's
the
book.
first one is a little bit older. So the first one is 7 and up, and that's just because it talks about the different tests that she gets, EEG, MRI,
Okay.
and the wording is a little bit more. But the second book is related starting at 4. So 4 and up, just because the pictures is a little bit, the wording I didn't do as much, just so. But I wrote it in a way that you don't have to get the first one to read the second one, because it's still gonna inspire you either way. But this one just kind of tells you where she is now and how she learns, and it's still motivating as well. So 7 and up for the first one. The second one is 4 and up.
Okay. So if someone would ask you, what problem does your book solve? What problem would you say that either book solves?
Ooh, I would say lack of self-identity.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to show you, it's going to make sure you know who you are. And it's going to let you know that it is okay to be who you are. It's okay. My favorite part of the first one is it's okay to not know the answer. It's okay to not, to stutter. Just the different things that kids deal with on a regular basis. Just being okay with being their authentic selves is the issue it's going to solve.
And then what do you think, what interest do you think some of the readers may have that will make them pick up your book?
I would have to say probably those who are having issues with, I would say probably having issues with just being, those affirmations you say on a regular basis,
Mm-hmm.
just believing those things. I always say it's one thing to say those affirmations, but to believe them. When you say that I am strong, I am enough, I am smart, some of those small affirmations can go a long way. So I think not only saying those affirmations and believing those affirmations, when you pick up that book, you're gonna believe it by the end. You're gonna believe it by the end of it, because that's what I pushed in the book is self-love, and so yeah, that's what I would say.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for answering my questions. And I did that because what Fairren just did, she told us how do you know your audience, how to find your audience. So what I did was basically come up with a couple questions. And sometimes authors don't realize that you need to make sure you know your audience. I asked her, who was the book written for? And she told us who the book was written for. She knew what age group the book was written for. The most important question was she was able to tell us what problem her book solved. And that right there will open a lot of doors for you. If you can tell a community center, a librarian, a book club, a church group, what problem does this book solve? And they'd be like, oh, okay, then this will be a good fit for this, this, and this. And then she said to us, who would be interested, what readers would be interested in her book. So knowing your audience is really, really important. And she gave some really good points and really good tips on how to kind of be able to talk about that if someone would ask you any of those questions that I asked her. So thank you so much. She knows her audience, and she did tell you. She said when she went to the school, she gave the teacher the book. So she already plugged in who her audience was. And as an author, that is the key thing. You're on social media thinking, no, this is my audience. No, you got to narrow it down. You got to narrow it down to at least 5 key areas to know who your audience is. We already know the libraries. If your book is a good fit, as a library. And then we have a connection right on here. Hazell will tell you, no, that's not a good fit for the library. So you got a connection right here about the libraries, schools. Fairren told you how she did. I walk in the classroom with my book with the teacher to teacher. Hey, here you go. You can't get any better than that. The teacher is going to be like, okay, it's still going to take it. But, you put her on the spot. So you giving her a free book she can add to a library. But she know that there's a parent in here that's an author. I got to read this book. She may quiz me later. So one, you have the schools. A lot of you talked about being in different organizations in your local community. There's a book club. It was an association. Those are really good networking. Those people, if you're in a good club, they will be honest with you about your book. And sometimes they will share with you where your book can be placed. So again, I'm sharing this because a lot of people think social media is the end all to be all, and it is not. It is not. It's a great place to make sure that when somebody Google you, you pop up, but you have to get outside. You have to talk to people. You have to make sure that every time you are out and about, your book is in your hand, in your bag, in your car. It is somewhere on your possession because you just never know. Churches still have book clubs. They are always still looking for books. Every church will have some type of community, a big event, a community event. My church just had to bring your own, bring your own stuff barbecue. But again, there was authors there that I was talking to. I was like, oh yeah, you do open a bookstore, yeah. And then they always have some type of convention. So churches, I actually, and you may not think they're open to all genres, but they are. They're open to all genres because you have different type of readers and people have different moods. I know everyone said they went to different events, and knowing what festivals are in your area is really, really important. Just want to share this summer. I was like, okay, we need to, in order for me to open up this bookstore, I need to go out to events and see if people want to buy indie books that I have. And so I was like, okay, I am by weirdly enough an introvert. So I like outside, but I don't like outside. I come from a big family, so I was outside a lot in my early life. So I said, we're going to go to these different events, and we're going to see if we're going to sell these books. And surprisingly enough, we not only went to community events, we went to farmers markets. I went to some farm that had a petting zoo we set up. We are always in the supermarket, which is honestly, if you have a local Kroger's or supermarket in your area, talk to your managers, because they a lot of times support small businesses and will allow you to do a pop-up in their store. But the supermarkets are amazing. Where else did we go I was like, really? We went to a lot of conventions. Those were the ones. If you have a 100 Black Women Association, NCNW association in your community, please connect with them. They are always having events. The vendor fee may be a little pricey, but best believe it is worth it. We went to a convention, a 100 Black Women's Convention. We sold out our table, but I was booked at like 4 other events after that event, just from that one convention. So, definitely look out for different things like that. And like I said, before I opened it, I just wanted to make sure that people were interested in the books. And surprisingly enough, the covers that popped, the titles that were amazing, those were people who picked up. I had, the top 100, the Tabitha and the Sarah Jakes, and they didn't pick up those books. They picked up the indie authors, the ones that had I Am Special, or the colors, the covers that were really really interesting. But they were really interested in having indie author books and buying them like out of this world. But one of the things that I did get asked a lot at these different events was, do these books have do they have anything in the back, some activities? So I kudos to everyone that has activities and resources and glossaries in the back, because people are asking about those things. One of the things, one author, she included a coloring sheet of her cover, and her book is always getting picked up. Matter of fact, we paired it with a little pack of crayons that we give, besides all the stickers we give, to the person that buys her book. But they're looking for extra stuff that's being part of your book. So I know it's like, oh my goodness, I just wrote this book, and Kym, are you asking me to do something else? Yes, I am. I'm asking you to add the merch to your book, because it definitely helps. You can bundle that with the book and a t-shirt, and then add some bookmarkers and some stickers. You can get 1,000 stickers from off of Amazon really quickly. They will buy that, and you can up your price just a little bit. For a lot of people, I had adults asking me about coloring books. So the girl said, oh, I really want a coloring book. I said, oh, I don't have any, but they want to color. So if your book had your book and you had an extra sheet in there for them to, do some affirmations and color it, adults surprisingly like that stuff now. So be mindful of that. They're asking about, coloring sheets, coloring books. One of the other things they were asking me about was the merch, the crayons, the coloring book. It was something else. Oh, can me and my daughter or can me and my son read this together? And, what type of things can I do with him after we read the book? So they were looking for books that may be at a certain level, but the parent can read with their child. So they're always, they were always looking for that. But again, be mindful that one, you need to know your audience. You need to know your audience. And two, your audience is always looking for that. They're looking for something extra beside in your book. So if you have the glossary, if you have the activities, you have the affirmations, sometimes it's great to tell them about your book, but point those things out too, because as we were traveling, those are things that a lot of the book buyers was looking for. And one of the top target markets that I think sold us out, grandmom and grandpop was buying all our books because they were looking for something that, I mean, one grandmother said, oh, we're going to see them before they go back to school. I really want to take some books for the kids. So grandparents are big buyers and they want to see what's, they looked at the book. Oh my goodness, it has a glossary. Oh my goodness, it has activities. Oh, I can buy them some crayons and pencils. So those were like the big buyers at our different events, the grandparents, and they spent. I think one grandparent came, she had her grandkids with her, but I think she bought 12 books from us. And then she decided, I said, we got to get something for yourself. So she bought a book for herself. So, but you'll be surprised. The people say, oh, no, people buy books off of Amazon. No, people love to buy books from an author in person. And then when they see is a Black author, they really get excited. One of our events, Authors in the Aisles, we go to the different supermarkets. When our author sets up the table, the shoppers are just super excited because they don't really get to see that in the community so often. The Barnes and Nobles are in our communities, but they're so far out of our communities at the same time. So, people appreciate you being at those local events. Definitely, setting up your table. Like Fairren said, having different little things at your table, stickers, bookmarkers. Like every book that we sell, we put a bookmarker and we make sure they get stickers. In every book that we sell. And we don't even try, we say, no, this comes in with it. You get stickers and you get a bookmark. So those things are important to have. One of the big things now is the squishy toys. If you have a kid's book, the kids are into the squishy things. I don't know what that's about, but they're into squishy toys as well. So having things on your table is really attractive. One of the things that I learned also was one of the authors, her name is Janice Kenyatta. She has a book, Just As I Is. She said, on my table, I always have some type of flower or greenery. And I was like, oh, okay, that's not going to be, that's, are you serious? Every table I have some type of flower, which I get from the dollar store. I put a bouquet of flowers together, and having that type of flowery thing on my table draws so many people. And it just was like, oh, okay, maybe this is a big thing. So again, knowing who your audience is, who is your book written for? What age groups will enjoy your book? What problem does your book solve? What hobbies or interests does your readers have? If you can answer those 4 questions, then you know your audience. And you have to be able to put answers to those questions to be able to talk about your audience to anyone that comes up to you as well. Another thing I want to point out, and then someone did mention it, is connecting with influencers. There's bookstagrammers, there's book talkers. Those people, it doesn't hurt for you to sing your book to them and reach out to them, say, hey, can I sing your book? This is what my book is about. You'll be surprised how a lot of them will definitely support your book. Talk about it online. One of the things they love is I have a friend and she's a bookstagram person. She loves opening her books on camera. Even though she knows she's going to get them, she does this big spectacle with stars and the lights flicker out. She's like, "Oh my goodness, look what I got in the mail!" I mean, she goes all out. I'm like, you that book was coming. She said, "But I still like to do it." So they love to do that whole reveal type thing. So definitely reach out to them. They really like supporting Black authors. You can find a lot of them on Instagram, TikTok. Book Talk is a big thing now. A lot of authors are selling books like crazy on Book Talk. I know it may be a little difficult getting set up, but it's worth it. Look at some YouTube videos. I'm trying to find one person she does it, and maybe she can kind of do a webinar for us. But definitely look into that as well. And then one of the other things is, which people two things that people kind of miss: community organizations buy books. They all have different areas of concern or work with different populations. They love to buy books. A lot of community organizations now are starting to have like a little library in their organization. So community organizations like to buy books, and also professional offices like doctor's office, dentist offices, they like to buy books too, because they have to entertain their patients while they're behind schedule. So just think of those places as well if you're looking to get your book into people's hands and things of that sort. So I just wanted to share that about knowing your audience is really important. It really helps with you selling your books, but you got to know your audience. And please do not depend on social media to help you define your audience. You got to know your audience. Any other suggestions on places to sell your book or people to partner with? Anyone else want to share? No. Does everyone have a Black owned bookstore or a local bookstore in their area?
Yes.
Yes.
So online now, since local bookstores are a big thing, there's a couple. If you Google indie bookstores, it will give you a list of different bookstores in different states, how to contact them, and things of that sort. The National Association of Black Bookstores, it is a new collective of Black bookstores across the U.S. actually belong to them. They give you a list of all the Black bookstores around the country. And when I say bookstores, so remember now, bookstores are a little different. There are bookstores that are brick and mortar. There are bookstores that are online. And then now there are traveling bookstores, which we were. So do not discount those other two. The brick and mortars are really great, but the traveling bookstores and the online bookstores are really powerful as well. So definitely be on the lookout for those. For myself, there are a lot of traveling bookstores nowadays. They will, and the reason why I really support them, because they're strategic in where they pop up at. Like I know a friend of mine, she has a traveling bookstore. She will go to a location around the city that is in front, not beside, not behind, in front of the coffee store. Literally in front of the coffee store door, open up her trailer and put out her little signage and decorate and sell books. And when they're coming out that coffee shop with their coffee, they come right to her trailer and say, "Oh, a bookstore. Oh my goodness, let me see." In her store, you can walk up in it. She has like a little bookstore and bookshelves in the front. But the traveling bookstores are a big thing. So if you can connect with them in your local area, definitely do that. You can use Instagram. A lot of them on Instagram. You can actually Google traveling bookstores. A lot of them will come up, but do not discount them. They are really good partners. But again, a lot of them are strategic where they set up at, and most of them do sell out of books when they do set up. So just want to give you a heads up on that. And then, of course, you have to go. Like I said, I'm an introvert, but you have to do these things like we're doing. You have to go live and do some videos, even if you just say hello or read something from your book. Everyone did a great job today reading from your book. And Fairren, I'm going to put you on the spot to read from yours. So you got to read from your book, and use the platforms like the Facebook group, the TikToks, the Instagrams, and stuff like that. Again, it gives you a footprint on the internet, and also it gives those people that are looking for you a reference point. One of the things I suggest to everyone is to do some type of reading from your book. I was looking at was going to purchase one of a person. She just opened up a bookstore, and she wrote a book about her opening up this bookstore. What made me purchase her book, she made her book an audio book, and just her voice talking to me, taking me through her journey. I was like, wow, her book just really, it was inspiring. And I actually bought like 2 copies of her book, one for myself and to give to someone. But people want to hear your voice, and they want your book to come alive. If you're not going to do an audio book, read a chapter, read a paragraph, post it, share it. It makes a big difference when those words really, really pop off the page, and people can feel your love of the words that you have written. So I really challenge everyone to do an audio of either a page or a paragraph of your book and post it online, on your website, on social media. Please, 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 please do so. Any questions about anything? Any suggestions on how to get your book out to readers and things of that sort? Anyone else use any other methods to get their books out to readers? All right, Fairren, go ahead, Hazell.
I was going to say there are organizations, for instance, there is a professional teaching organization in Oklahoma that has some type of book contest. And I submitted him my book, and my book was picked as one of the top reads for 2026.
Nice.
Some of those organizations online, they are really legit. You just have to do your research. Then I wanted to say, I don't know if you know most military bases.
Mm-hmm.
What you have to set up, you know about the military bases?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, they will allow you to come in and sell your book. You can sell Monday, Tuesday, any day you like.
Mm-hmm.
And also the military organization, like the head trauma units, what do you call it? The Warriors organization, those organizations also enjoy books. And they like you to come in and sell books to the children. And a lot of children are veterans. And another organization that I've been very successful selling books are those local book fests. Those of you who live near Mississippi, there's a huge one coming up, Mississippi Book Fest in September. And registrations are, let's see, until the 15th of August. That's the cutoff date. It's really a good book fest, by the way.
Yeah, I always get invited to that one, and it's been going on for a while. So yeah, it's grown over the years. I'm like, because I lived in Florida, so I was like, oh, I'm going to go. But when I moved, I was like, man, I can't. But she always puts me on a mailing list. So yeah, I have seen that grow from starting small to now. Is really, really picked up the pace. So yes, that's definitely one. Definitely one to go to. All right. Anyone else want to share any locations or places that they've had book sales and met some new readers at? So don't forget the conferences as well. If your city has a convention center, definitely look into the conferences. Some of them may be pricey, but again, they're worth it because you usually sell out. People come and then they give you the marketing. Most conferences will tell their visitors who's in the marketplace and who's going to be setting up. So definitely do not forget the conferences. They are really, really, really key to getting your books sold. And definitely try to reach out to them and network them. Sometimes those conferences will be looking for workshop presenters. So if they can't pay your fee for you being a speaker, say, hey, can I set up a table and set up my book and sell it? So that may offset something. So definitely looking to partner with different workshops and things of that sort. So just from my research, I just want to let you know that unfortunately, not unfortunately, but the top 90% of people that buy books are women. So any type of woman organization, group, definitely reach out to them. They are book buyers no matter what. So, and then, even though they may not be readers, people will buy books for other people that they think will read your book. So be mindful of that. And I hear that a lot. Oh, I'm not a reader, but I think so and so will maybe need this book or like this book. And people will do that. People will definitely buy a book for someone else in a minute. So, um, one of the things also I want to challenge you to do, we do this thing which I thought it was really hard, but it's not. We create like a mystery book, and I know back in the day we used to have to all. I'm not sure if you did, but back in the day I went to a Catholic school, so I had to cover my books with book covers, with newspapers. So and I'm like, why? Because we were passing the books on. So a mystery book is pretty much the same thing. You are really pretty much wrapping your book up. We use like wrapping paper or some type of brown paper. So we wrap certain books up and add trinkets to it. So we add pins, we had lollipops, I added a notebook, I added stickers and different things. So, and I put a nice little ribbon around it. So when you're out and about, even if it's your book, I challenge you to wrap it up, make it really look nice. Add a little trinkets to it. You can upsell it a little bit because it's your mystery book. And on the front of the book, you maybe give three clues on what the book is about. But people love those mystery books. So and then on YouTube they have a short video on actually how to wrap the paper on your book. But I want you to consider creating a wrapping one of your books, especially if you wrote more than one book, wrapping one of your books and making a mystery book and setting it on your table and see what happens. See how that. Yeah. Oh, you got it. You go, Dr. Sheila. Let me put that on the screen. Yes. There you go. She did it. Hold on. Let me see if I can make it just. Let me see. I'm trying to make her bigger. Why are you not coming up? Take yourself off of mute so I can, because it's not making me, you just, it's not making you come up. Let's see. I'm not sure why Hazell. Let's see. I'm not sure why I can't get you to come up on the screen. Okay. Can you, now what you have in your mystery book? I see your mystery book. What do you have in that?
A cute little pen, a bookmark.
Yes.
You see this old school, just like the library checkout card?
Yes.
So you can kind of document the title and give it your rating. It's a little tea bag.
They love those.
Paper clip, some little post-it tabs so you can tab pages.
Yes.
And a nice little sticker. Cute idea.
Yep. And what? All that stuff you can buy in bulk and break it up and maybe cost you maybe $20. Yep.
Definitely.
And the wrapping part, did you use YouTube to look at the video on how to wrap it?
Yes.
Yep.
A lot of trial and error.
Yep. But when you sat that on your table, people walk up to that. I bet they do.
Definitely.
Yep.
And I'm also affiliated with some vendors in my area, and they have different type of vending events, but we also use these like for a gift.
Yes.
So people we did a bingo the other day, and this was one of the gifts, and one of the ladies opened it there, and people were really interested in the book and asked me if I had more. And that's another thing. As a self-published author, you have to travel with books because people will know. So I always keep books in my car.
Yes. Yep. simple idea, but it draws people and people are excited. And honestly, they know it's her book, but they just want to know. They just curious. But those little things, that mystery book will definitely help. Like she said, that one book helped her to possibly sell more books after it was revealed. So those mystery books is really, really another idea of getting your books in people's hands. So anybody else want to share any other different unique ways of getting your books out and selling your books? Right, y'all a quiet group. Okay. All right, Fairren, I'm going to put you back on the spot. I just want you to read a page or a paragraph from one of your books to share with us, so we can hear a little bit about your book.
I'll read a little bit from The Voice of a Mother's Pain.
Okay.
But as any mother knows, there is a duality to pain. It lives side by side with love and hope. I realized she was not just a victim of a rare condition, she was a warrior, and I loved her fiercely, even more fiercely because of what she was going through. And that love became the light that guided me through the darkest moments. No matter how deep my fears ran, no matter how loud the whispers of doubt and despair became, my love for her was louder, stronger, unbreakable. There were times that I had to remind myself that it was okay to feel everything I was feeling: the grief, the anger, the heartbreak. Those feelings were natural. However, they did not define my motherhood. What defined it was the love that never wavered. Even when I felt lost, I had to learn to give myself grace, to understand that it was okay to not have all the answers. It was okay to feel broken, because in that brokenness, I found pieces of myself that were capable of rebuilding, of being stronger than I ever thought I could be. I began to realize her journey was not about the challenges she faced because of the diagnosis. It was about the lessons she was already teaching me: lessons of patience, of strength, of acceptance. She was showing me that things we fear the most can also be the things that make us grow the most. And I embraced the uncertainty. I did not know what the future would hold for her, but I knew whatever it was, we would face it together. I would be her voice when she could not speak, her advocate when the world did not understand, and her biggest supporter through every battle she fought. My pain as a mother was not something I needed to hide. It was the very proof of the depth of my love for her.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, drop your link in that chat because I got to get that book. That right there, it came alive. I mean, that was amazing. Devonna, you have a question? Thank you.
Yeah, that was really powerful. Just the perspective, and it seems like all throughout her book has more affirmations, and it goes along with the merch. It just speaks to it like throughout. But I wanted to ask all the authors that have spoken already if they can just drop in the chat, or if you want to let us know, are you the first author in your family, or do you come from authors?
All right. Oh, by the way, Devonna is actually our new director of operations for Black Authors Association Literacy Moments. You will be hearing and seeing and getting emails from her soon, because that's going to be her, not me. So she's been with us for years. So that will be a new name you'll be recognizing soon. So she gets to meet everyone face to face today. Awesome. All right. So, thank you so much, friend. That was really, really awesome. Again, a perfect example. I see you've been my perfect examples all day. Yeah, thank you. When you read and the words come off the page, it makes a totally big difference. So, I challenge every one of you to do the same. Page, a paragraph, once a month, once a week. Post it on social media. Create a YouTube channel. Please, please, please make your words come alive. It makes a big difference in your book. closing quote I want to leave you with: do not focus on selling more books, focus on serving more readers, and the book sales will follow. Serving more readers, and the book sales will follow. And I've used that in the business world and with what I'm doing, serving more readers, and the book sales will follow. All right. All right, Dr. Josiah is up. The floor is yours.
Hello, I am Dr. Josias Pierre, author of 10 books. The book I'm talking about today is called The Power of Your Words. It came out 10 years ago. The reason I wrote this book is because I was somebody who had epilepsy, special education, an IEP, which is for individual education program. And I always had this goal and dream of becoming a speaker and a writer. And people, peers and educators were like, Josias, look at you. You'll never be you. You're the individual who stuttered. You're in special education, you have an IEP. What makes you that's going to be you? And I had a choice to either believe what they told me or believe what I saw through dreams and visions of writing books and speaking. The title came out to be because one of my peers who was watching at the time, who witnessed what was happening from the teachers, later on asked me, hey, Josias, how did you become the speaker and this writer today? And I had to sit down and process like the power of your words. I've always downloaded what God said about me, not what they said about me. And I had to make sure that my affirmations that I was speaking of myself was affirmations of God doing and not what they were telling me. And so after conversation, I was like, you know what? The power of the tongue, our tongue is the most deadly weapon we have as human beings. There's life and death in the tongue. So I was like, you know what? Let me just write my first book called The Power of Your Words.
Can you read a little bit from your book, please?
Yeah. This is chapter page 34 called All Words Create Our Worlds. If we understood that our words create the very worlds that we live in, we'll be very careful with the words we speak over our lives. The enemy wants to see us speak death because his job is to steal, kill, and destroy. He'll do anything in his might and power to keep us from stepping into what God has in store for us. Always remember, it's not about where you were, it's about where you are going. It'll be hard to know where you are going if you have a lot of negativity inside of you. Love and uplifting words bring change and healing. On the other hand, hatred and unkind words bring chaos into our lives. To change circumstances in our lives, we have to change the fruits we bear in our lives. If we start producing positive fruits and speak positive affirmations, we will see a change in our lives. When you put God in every seat of your life, when you understand what He says about you, and when you start speaking what He has said about you into your life, it will be hard for the enemy to make you believe his lies and his traps. Jeremiah 11 says, for I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. Plans to prosper, not to harm you. Plans to give you hope in the future. When God created us, He didn't speak death. When He created us, He spoke only life. Even when we are in the midst of our storms, God doesn't speak negativity. He breathes life into our lives. The God who has our lives mapped out from the beginning to the end wants us to have life abundantly. John 10:10 says, the thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it abundantly. Our words not only dictate the worlds we live in, but they also dictate the legacies we will leave behind us. Our words create our worlds. Remember that we are the foundation of our future, and all starts with us and with the words we choose to speak afterwards. We're not a product of what we went through. We are a light to someone else down the road who might be going through what we have triumphed over. Someone out there needs to hear your story and how you made it through. Before throwing the towel, keep in mind someone is watching your every move, and then that someone could be the person you may never thought it would be.
Awesome. Awesome. Any questions for Josiah? So, what would you say was the biggest challenge for you faced when you was writing this book?
The biggest challenge for me writing this book was being real with my story. I think a lot of people, when they hear disability, they see what's seeable.
Mm-hmm.
They don't see the unseeable, and epilepsy is an unseeable disability. And so writing my story had to be real myself and checking in for myself to be real and vulnerable with my story and hoping and believing that this will go ahead and give others hope to endure even when it's difficult.
So you said you wrote 10 books. Tell us a little bit about the other ones you have, Josiah.
Yeah, the other book is called What is Your Why Behind Your Drive, which is a book talk about what is your reason why you do what you do. If you don't have a why that's bigger than your excuses, then you're always going to give up in the trenches. My other book is called my memoir, which was featured in Literacy Moments magazine. My hurt taught me, but my pain motivated me. Is a book that's about my journey of a 3-time suicide attempt survivor, dealing with depression, being told to fake it until you make it, and how God literally had to step in and intervene in that moment. My other book is called Black Diamond Chronicles, which is a collaboration book that I'm in. Talks about how you have to be pressured in the midst of the struggle in order for things to shine brightly. I have come back from betrayal, which talks about your betrayal story and how you heal from it. I was reading in a magazine called Life Plus God magazine. Talks about really how you insert God in your life and the testimony of that aspect. Then I have another book which is called Faith While Waiting, another collaboration book. Talk about really how the process of waiting on God to come in and step in, even when it's difficult to trust in God at times, and the process of that, because we become a culture in a world where we want it right now, instantly, that we don't want to wait no more. And so, talk about faith while waiting. How did we have to wait in God to move the way He wants to move? And my newest book that just came out a week and a half ago, that hit Amazon bestseller, called Dear Black Boy, which is a children's book that I wrote, which is a book of affirmations for Black boys to understand their identity, their worth, who they are called to be, and really what's in them and what's inside of them, which is different from what the world says about our Black boys today.
So, I two things. I got a couple questions. So, I noticed that you are part of anthropologies or collaborations. How's that working? What made you want to be part of those different collaborations?
Yeah, I know the visionary who, and I wanted to support, and so they reached out to me for Black Diamond Chronicles, asking if I want to be part of the collaboration book, and I was like, sure. And the reason why I said yes to it is because one, I don't mind supporting, especially if it's our own people, and at the same time, I realized, hey, if I don't have to write a full chapter or books or thought process get this book out. I'll have to focus on my chapter only. I said, okay, cool. The benefits of this is for every collaboration book that I was in, I'm only been involved in 3. Your book is customized to your own cover with your own ISBN number. So every author has their own cover with their name and their own ISBN number that's owned to them specifically. So I feel like, being part of a collaboration book, it reaches to a different audience that you may not even have access to, just because all the authors are from different parts of the world. So you never know who could open the book, read the book, and be impacted by your story.
Nice. So, I'm just from listening to you, would you say you were in the Christian book genre per se more than anything, or what genre would you put yourself in?
I am more on nonfiction self-help memoir, but in my story, in those aspects, does come with the foundation of God, because I always talk about my story and how God intervened and stepped in. But if I would say that genre, it would be those 3 genres.
And then, and you have the self-help, the memoir. How has it been kind of getting yourself out there, being in that genre? Because, those are really competitive genres. What have you done, like, to kind of just to propel yourself in either one of those genres?
Yeah, one thing that I have done to get that story out there, because that book has won national and international awards. Of course, I have submitted to different competitions out there in the literary world. I reach out to the media, local media, library, book expos. So when it comes to people who try to figure out my story, my journey, I always use that as my beginning aspect of conversations, or my business card aspect of conversations. When I'm speaking on platform, on stages, that book is always with me. So I use that book as a leverage to have different access of opportunities, submitting that. And because I know the memoir aspect of the book genre is very hard to get your book out there, I always figure out, hey, where can I submit my books to? Whose audience can I step into? What platform can I step into to get this book out there? And now that book is speaking for itself.
Right. Yeah, it is. So what was your writing process look like? How did that, you've written like 10 books, but how do you what does your process look like, and how do you get that movement going? Because you're like, some genres is like your memoir, did the collab. How do you keep that momentum going and focus on that one particular genre area?
Yeah, good question. What I do is when I go to the writing mode, I let the pen and paper flow. I treat my book like it's an essay, three body paragraphs, introduction, and the conclusion. But in the writing process, the body paragraphs will be my chapter. So I have an outline. I put my phone do not disturb or turn it off, and I just let my pen and paper flow to see what happens and what comes out of it. And then for every chapter on a bullet point, I will talk about what do I want to focus on in that aspect, and I'll start writing from there and see what happens from there. But usually it will be through a lot of my chapters and my titles come from conversations I have with people. A lot of aspect comes from what I speak on stage already, or if there's another or it comes from really my deep thought process, thinking about how far I've been in my life from you know back into present to see what else can I go ahead and share. Or what I would do is I look at what's happening in the world today, and I will talk about it in a way of motivation and empowerment so folks can give up when it's difficult.
Okay. And so I have my favorite book from you. I'm not going to tell everyone, but so tell me a little bit about like when you was writing the book, what one of the things that surprised you as you were writing your book. You can talk about the one that's my favorite, your memoir, your autobiography.
Yeah. The shockiness that people have when they realize the story of my story. When I say shockiness, is because people always have this thing process. Oh, you have to look depressed. Well, how does depression look like?
Mm-hmm.
Or hey, you look like you're doing fine. How are you exceeding all this stuff in the midst of what you were going through? And especially in a world where we tell men all the time, you got to fake it until you make it. You men don't have no emotions, which is a lie of the enemy. But when they read my story or hear my story, a lot of people are like, wow, I'm happy you're here. Like, I can connect with your story. And you just never know who was in the same message you were in. And to see how many people were like, man, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for telling me, still telling your story, writing your story, because hey, I'm healed because of what you wrote. Or hey, you gave me hope to share my story now, to go ahead and tell people my story. So seeing the impact, my focus has always been as a writer is reach one, teach one, each one, reach one. If one soul gets impacted because of what I write, then my job is fulfilled.
And then I think you said earlier you self-published all your books.
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that journey on the self-publishing side?
So even my first time I started was with Fiverr, with the power of your words. This book right here. I didn't know what I was doing really. I was like to get my book out there. People said Fiverr, 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 so I went to Fiverr for this book specifically. But every other book I went through a self-publishing company, different self-publishing companies. And that process I like it. The reason why I like it is because I have control. I don't want to have my manuscript on somebody else's what you call it, account, because I know before my third book, Outcry for Justice, which is a poetry book, going back from Mother Teresa to Breonna Taylor, which is an Amazon's bestseller. When I first started writing that book and I got it published, I went to a publishing company, but they told me, hey, you have to go ahead and email me for book copies, and that threw me
Oh
off.
no.
Said, what do you mean I gotta email you? I own 100% royalties of the book, should be my KDP account or anything. They said no, it is self-publishing. However, if you get paid out, we'll go ahead and give you a percentage of the check, what you make from the book, and we'll also go ahead and if you want the copies, you have to reach out to us, email us how much copies you want, and pay us, and we'll get it printed for you. And that didn't sit well with me. So what I did was I went ahead and told them how I want to go ahead and remove the book on all platforms, and I will go ahead and redo it myself. And what I did was I went back and did it myself. And because of that taste that I had with that publishing company, I have to make sure now when I go to publishing companies that the book could be available to me and I have control of the book in itself. So I realized that self-publishing companies that claim self-publishing companies, sometimes they will go ahead and try to let you know, hey, everything will be handled on our end. Let us know. If that happens, it's not self-published.
Right. It's not. So Tell us a little bit about. I see you on social media. You're in magazines. Do you have a radio station? Tell us a little bit about your different streams that you're kind of reaching out to and why.
Yeah, the magazine covers and magazines, and that's just God's doing because they reach out to me and say, "Hey, I want to go ahead and put your cover feature and stuff like that." I'm like, "Okay, cool, sure." And once I realize what the magazine is about, what the message is about, I will then be like making decisions if I want to go ahead and be part of the new release of the cover or not. But the reason why I said yes to it is because I always know there's an audience out there. My goal is, hey, how can I spread a message in different areas and different territories that I don't have access to? And I truly believe when you have a message that could land in areas you never set foot into, you're doing pretty good. So I always have this focus is, hey, how far can this message reach? I want to reach people. I want to reach readers. I want to make impact with the literary work and with what I'm writing and what I'm speaking about. So when opportunities present itself, if it makes sense and it lines up with the vision of my writing, then I always say yes to it. I'm very careful with what I say yes to because I'm not going to compromise who I am, my writing, my message for no platform. So if I realize that what you're trying to do is will compromise who I am in entirety or my book itself or my message that I stand on, I won't do it.
Okay. So do you have, I saw recently a podcast or radio station or you're part of something like that?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Which one were you referring to?
The radio station. I can't remember it offhand.
So I am launching a podcast.
Okay.
JP podcast. The goal and the intention is, and with this podcast, is going to be on major radio and different aspects. I signed a partnership with CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network is a podcast company, and you can go ahead and own your own podcast, and there will be the actual domain of getting things distributed out. So with that, my vision of the podcast was, you know what? I want to be able to say, hey, I want to help other people and other authors get their story out there, get the book out there, have a higher reach. And how can I help other people become, hey, if they put your name on Google, what can they find about you? Because your story is what will have somebody say, yes, I want to go ahead and book you. So as someone who's been 10 years into the industry and 15 years in the speaking industry, I'm always like, I'm at a place where I want to say, hey, I want to go ahead and get other stories out there, give them a free platform to get their message out, interview them, and let it be on the World Wide Web and media. So when people say, hey, why should I hire you as a speaker? Let me Google who this person is. Now they have, hey, I've been featured on all these different news stations, all these media outlets because of the podcast.
Right. And what would you say, like, what do you have coming up next far as the book sales and events and things of that sort?
Yeah, I just released my 9th book called Dear Black Boy. So I have to go ahead. I want to order author copies. I did a lot of pre-orders. I have to get those shipped out and sent out. I'm going to be with Dr. Kym at the National Black Book Festival.
Yes. Yeah, wait.
At the National Black Book Festival, where my book is going to be with the Travel Bookshop, Literacy Most Magazine, at their booth. Yes. And then at the same time, I have events happening in Virginia, the Black Diamond Chronicles Conference. I'm receiving multiple awards from different organizations for speaking and writing. So I have to plan my trips down for all these events I have coming up. So I call it like a mini tour because I'm going to like different cities and states within 2026 before the year is over.
Then you have I remember an award from Africa or something like that. Didn't you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Yeah. I'm all in your business, right?
Good. So what it was is I was nominated to be Author of the Year out of Durban, South Africa, not even knowing that my reach was in Africa.
Wow.
And I won the award and I received the award. Then from there on, what happened was a magazine out of Nigeria called Selena Celebrity Magazine reached out and was like, hey, because of your impact in South Africa, we want to go ahead and put you in front of a cover magazine in Nigeria. I said, okay, let me go ahead and see your magazine, what it's about. Let me go ahead and think about it before I give you a final decision. Because for me, if it's not right, it doesn't fit me, I won't say yes to it. And no matter how big your platform is, I move in integrity. I want to be integral with who I am, what I'm about. Mm-hmm. So after looking forward into it, see what they're about, see the message of the magazine, I said yes to it. And then recently, I got appointed as one of 100 iconic council members out of South Africa, Johannesburg, of people who are part of the African diaspora who's making impact with their work. So people are watching what you do, even if you don't know who's really watching. Like my following on Instagram is not that big. I don't have a big following. I don't have a TikTok or a YouTube channel, but the message being done is impacting in some way, form, or fashion, which I believe is God's doing, just because all I do is really word of mouth posts, and after that, it's just been taking off.
Yeah, awesome. So you got 10 books. Which one are you pushing now? Which one is on your top of your list to getting out to everyone?
Dear Black Boy, which is my children's book.
Now you said something important there, and I actually said it earlier. You said you did pre-ordering. Why did you do it that way?
Yeah, I do it pre-order because one, I want people to have the book in their hands, and then from there on, you look at a marketing aspect.
Yes,
because people are going to look at, oh shoot, the book is making waves. Even if it's only 30 people, the fact that the book is already out and it's people already having the book, that lets other people to see, oh shoot, if people are buying this book, now there's a fear of loss being made. I need to get my copy too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm glad you said that. I love the pre-order concept. People think, oh no, I gotta wait. No, you do not have to wait. Those pre-orders are really key and important, and they go a long way. Have you seen that it's been like really pushing out to beyond what you thought it would doing a pre-order?
I did. When I did the pre-order itself, and how I do a pre-order is I don't use like Amazon or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I use everything via Square. So I will have a Square. You have a section where you can say how much inventory you have, and then so I still have 40 inventory of Dear Black Boy. But people already know this is a pre-order process. So when the 40 is sold out, I don't put anything more than that. So when I made that announcement, within a week and a half, it got sold out for pre-orders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's quick sales and revenue all in what, 1 week? Yeah, and I tell people that's a good way of marketing. Great strategy. Love that. So being an author, how has that changed your life? What has changed since being an author?
Being an author, the way it changed my life is very therapeutic for me. Writing is my therapy. That should be my next title. But writing is my therapy. To the point where sometimes where I may not have the words to say, but for some reason, if I have a pen and paper, it just flows naturally and it just happens. Not only that, but my focus and intent has always been just I want to go ahead and make a difference. And writing a book is your legacy. Having a manuscript is your legacy that'll live forever. So I think about legacy creation for not just my family, but at the end of the day in the world. The manuscript will always live on, even when you're not present.
Right.
And because of that changed my life in the aspect of, just 9 books in, national international award-winning author. But that changed my life to understand that, hey, there is somebody who's impacted every single day because of the stories that I write. Because there's transformation in our stories, there's transformation in our healings, and you just never know who needs to hear it for their breakthrough.
Okay. So where can we find your book at?
Yeah, you can go to josiasjeanpierre.com. I'll put it in the chat. There's a section for books. It's all right there for you.
Mm-hmm. And then Josiah, you said you're doing public speaking. Is it based on your books or just in general?
In general, so I do a lot of I speak around youth empowerment, professional development, mindset coaching,
Nice.
so different aspects of conferences that I speak at. but I use my books as a way to, I always want to meet the speaker. So I always have a booth for books. People can go ahead and buy right there.
All right. And you're all in Washington. How's that market out there as far as for indie authors and books in general?
Out here in Seattle, it's tough. It's rough for indie authors. But if you know the right access viewpoint of marketing, how to get it out there, then you'll be very fruitful in that process. However, out here in Seattle, there's a lot of vending opportunities, but I'm very careful with where I vend because not everyone is my audience.
Right, that's true.
So if there is a whole booth around beauty products, I'm not going to be there as an author.
Okay.
But the vending opportunity is getting big. I think right now a lot of cities here in Washington State are focused on Black businesses and creating opportunities for Black individuals and BIPOC individuals. So the vending opportunities for that aspect is getting getting pretty big just because of what the state is doing for Black businesses.
Okay, so if you can give advice to a first-time author, what would you tell them?
The advice I would give for a first-time author is this: do not be hard on yourself. Write that book, trust the process, and focus on planting seeds. And what I mean by planting seeds is if your focus is on sell, you will never sell. But if your focus is on, hey, I want to go ahead and have a reach to people in my audience, you will always sell. Selling will happen automatically when your focus is on people and not on revenue.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing. Again, let's go through the title of your books because, like I said, I have my favorite. The first one was, which one is it? Can you tell us the little titles of your book?
The book is called The Power of Your Words.
Okay.
Our Cry for Justice. My Hurt Taught Me, My Pain Motivated Me.
Yep.
Come Back from Betrayal, which is a collaboration book. Catalyst for Change, which is a collaboration book. Black Diamond Chronicle, which is a collaboration book. What is your why behind your drive? Dear Black Boy, and the Life Plus God magazine that I wrote for.
Yes, that's good. You have a diverse collection. I like that. That's really, really good. Again, I applaud you because you was like, okay, let's collaborate. I can do this chapter. I also want to do my memoir. So a very, very diverse collection. So that's really, really awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Dr. Darcele, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's your floor is yours.
Okay. So what are we doing?
Tell us about your book. I know you have a couple of them. Which one are you promoting now?
I am promoting I Choose Calm. This book, all my books are social emotional learning. I am a psychotherapist. I see a lot of children in our community. And so in my books, I also have a journaling activity in the book to help the child choose calm. This book is for children that has ADHD, anxiety, that's always overwhelmed. And so each character will do a scenario of how they can choose calm.
Yeah. Can you read a page from your book?
I sure can. I'm Kagan, and I'm strong and brave. I am capable, and I can face the day. I take a deep breath and find my way. I can handle this. My heart is steady. My spirit is bright. I step forward bold with courage in sight. I can do this thing. I choose calm.
Nice. So what other books do you have as well besides
the book before that is My Feelings Matter. This book has received several awards. It talks about all the different, and the book is not upside down. That's how the book is, with all the characters in the book with different emotions. And it talks about all the different feelings. Each character has a scenario of a different feeling. And so in this book also, it is a journal. In the book,
wow.
have you ever felt like Violet? Or have you ever felt like Fallon? And so the kids write down, what they felt. And then there's other activities that's in the book that they can do. And then I have, like, in this book, I have a worry jar that's in the book,
Oh.
where they can, list all their worries in the book.
Now that book, even though it's a kids book, this still seems like adults can use it as well.
Yes, because I have a couple of colleagues that have adult groups or substance abuse books, and they use this book as different activities, and they work with them, whatever their curriculum is. With this book here, My Feelings Matter.
And what's your other book that you have?
I have a total of 6.
Oh wow!
So I have Save Silly Millie. I have that's this book here. Save Silly Millie. Save Silly Millie first book. And then I want to show you guys. One of my colleagues,
nice.
She made Dial with my granddaughter with that book. Yeah. So
nice.
And so in this book, it's the same. It was just activities and color illustrations in my first book. And then after the third book, I got smart.
So we can say your books were inspired by Keegan. So who is Keegan?
Keegan is my granddaughter. It's my only granddaughter. And I started the book in 2020. Her dog Millie passed away. And she was very, very devastated. And so her mom let her come to Michigan for a week. And we just talked about, what she was going through. And I was writing it down. And I'm like, you know what? Somebody else's child might be going through this. And so I wrote it. She helped me with it. My goddaughters are in the book as well. And I have been getting calls from different publishers. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that right now.
Okay.
For this book. Yeah.
Wow, I love the doll. Are you selling the dolls with the books, or you just have that one?
I just have this one. It was given to me as a gift when they when they received a book, and I love it. So my goal is my other 2 goddaughters that's characters in the book, she's going to do Dial as well with them.
Oh, nice. That is fun. I like that. And she's holding a book. That's the part I love.
Yep, she's holding that first book that I did. Wow. Say Silly Millie. And then the second book is Surprise at 5. It's about a surprise birthday party. The cake, and she always wanted a birthday party for her 5th birthday. She's 8 now. Okay. And so I did a book about the birthday party. And then my third book is Nana Darcele's house, where when my goddaughters and my granddaughter, when they come, several activities, baking chocolate chip cookies, riding their battery operated vehicles in the neighborhood in the book. And so I have one more. It's a Christmas book. I've ran out of those, but I do have a Christmas book. It's about kids doing a competition and making snow globes. And so, but the 2 hottest books right now is I Choose Kym and My Feelings Matter. Those are the 2 hottest books right now. And so what I have been doing is I've been collaborating with the schools here in my community, making them aware who I am. Some of the schools I already do different activities in the school because I do opiate awareness and vaping prevention. So I just market the books, and then 9 out of 10, like in March, they always have me to come. They buy like 50 or 60 books to give to the classes of those scholars.
Oh, nice.
So that's what I've been doing. I've been marketing the schools. And so the library, this is my first year. I had been talking to the library back and forth here in Michigan, and they finally bought 100 books 3 weeks ago.
Awesome.
So
Yes.
it was these 2
Ooh.
books. These were the 2 books that they had, and they called, and I'm like, okay. And so I was like, well, do you want me to come? She said, we already ordered them, but we wanted you to know that we have your books. And I was like, well, do you want me to come sign them? And she was like, yes, it would be nice if you could come sign them. So I signed every last book.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
Congrats. Yes. Awesome. That is so awesome to hear. Awesome to hear.
So, I just want to tell the authors, you just have to keep showing your face, just market the book, just market the book. And, the schools market the books, the youth organizations market the books. That's what I do. I market the books, and just tell them about, what I do, what my books are about. So all my books, except for Nana Darcele House, is social emotional learning.
Mm-hmm. So I know you said you started when Kagan's dog, but did you ever think you'd be like 6 books in right now?
No, I did not. And it was like my sister kept pushing. She said, oh, you need to get another book. You need to do another book. And I'm like, I just finished this one. So I do have 2 more books that will be coming out hopefully by the end of the year. Stop Picking on Me, which is a bully prevention, because by me seeing a lot of the scholars in the community, it's been a lot of bullying at the school. So I do workshops for it, but I decided to do a book to go with the workshop.
Nice. So what would you say like your biggest challenge when you're writing your book?
Is trying to make sure that I can get the audience to see where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So basically what I do before I even have mine printed, I have like several people that read it where they can critique it, help me with it. It was like, well, you know what, Darcele, try this. I think this will work. And so that will help me where I can bring that audience where, I want your book. And, at first it was like, I just wanted to do the book. And so I was like, oh, it's just $10, but you put so much love into the book, you can't sell it for $10 because of course, the illustrator don't cost no $100, right? No. So, all my books $8, but it's like if I vendor, it's like all my older books, I would do 10 or 15, and my newest books, I would do 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I think people don't realize books are not cheap anymore. You got to be at the right price point to make a profit. And I think most readers understand that, but they were like, "Well, why is it?" I said, "Do you understand that books are not easy to make nowadays?"
No, because everybody want to get paid.
Yes,
the editors want to get paid, the illustrators want to get paid. So that's why I have, several people reading the book before I even have it sent to the illustrator and the editor, where we can make those changes where I only have to pay one fee once I get it to that editor.
Well, how does your granddaughter feel being famous?
She feel absolutely. I mean, she be over the top. I just did something at Kingsley Center, and it
Mhm.
was a human trafficking event. And so I have this little billboard picture of her holding the book. So it was like kids was running up trying to take pictures with the book. And then I was like, well, this is Kagan. And so they started running her, can I have a picture with you? And she was like, I feel like a celebrity today. So
Oh
yes.
wow, that's awesome. That is super duper awesome. So, tell us a little bit about, like, you said when she was going through that experience, like your routine of writing. Like, how does your writing process work?
So I put different things in categories.
Okay.
What made her enjoy being with Millie? And
Mhm.
then what made her sad about the transition of Millie? So I put them in categories and I listed them. And then that's how I decided how to do the book.
Mhm. So you said most of your books are social emotional learning.
Social
Can you
learning, yes.
explain that to us a little bit? What does that mean?
The social emotional learning is, a lot of kids don't understand their emotions,
Mhm.
especially students that have like outbursts and they cry and you don't understand why they crying, or you look at them and they start crying. So we're talking about, being happy, being sad, being mad, being angry. And
Mhm.
so those social emotional learning techniques in my book would teach them how to cope, how to transition into not crying, not having outbursts. And so here in Michigan, I live in a community where there's been a water issue for the
Mhm.
last 10 years. And so a lot of our scholars here are struggling, with that due to lead and the water crisis. And
Mhm.
so that's why I do the literacy program to help those kids understand how to be content with their social emotional learning, of learning how to accept, it's okay to be angry. It's
Right.
okay to be mad, but this is how we need to learn how to handle it.
Nice. Okay. So, as you've been writing your books, what would you say that has surprised you most when you're out and about from the books that you have written, from the readers' responses?
But just like when I walk into the schools, because majority of the schools here have purchased a book, when they
Mhm.
see me, Dr. Robinson, and they grabbing me, or I'm in the grocery store, like, Dr. Robinson, I read your book, I love your book. And my husband be looking like, who is that? I say, I have no idea. You know what I'm saying?
My goodness. But that's awesome. That is really, really
And
awesome.
then I get a lot of adults, the same thing. I read your book and, blah, blah, blah. And, I don't know who they are, but they purchased the book. The library, the purpose of them purchasing the 100 books is they did a reading challenge at
Yeah.
the library. So the kids could get whatever books they wanted. And
Nice.
so my books was included in that read challenge.
Oh, that was awesome. That is truly, truly awesome. Okay. So, what's coming up for you next? What are you doing next with the books?
Uh, Let me see. What am I doing next?
I know your schedule is busy. Don't act like your schedule not busy. Because every time I tell you, like, wait a minute, let me look at my schedule. I'm somewhere.
Well, I just got back from Chicago because
Yeah.
I thought that the event was yesterday. Your event was yesterday. I was in Chicago with Pearl. And
Yes.
so we did the Black Summit. And so I vendored and did my books there yesterday. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Well, Friday. I'm sorry, Friday. And
Okay.
so September, I'm doing kids at the age of 12 to 16. And I'm talking about I Choose Calm. And
Okay.
so the keynote is I'm responsible for me.
Nice. Nice. So,
And so it's like a healing process. And then also I wanted to um, make aware. I am on YouTube as Nana Darcele Stories. And in that book, it's like a meditation for kids or adults or teenagers. And you can do the QR code, or you can go on YouTube and subscribe to this particular YouTube video.
Nice, nice. Like I said, I mean, your books are both for adults and kids because we both need calm as well. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. So, if you had to give like advice to first time writers, like I said, you're 6 books in now, or is it 7 or 8?
It's 6, and hopefully by the end of the year it will be 8.
Okay. If you could give any advice to any upcoming writers, what would you tell them?
Just keep doing it. Keep doing it. Have your family, your friends, critique it to make sure that you can reach that audience that you're trying to reach. Even if it's a novel book, you want it to be able to reach them where they won't close the book. It's like, I'll read it later. They'll continue to read it until they finish the book. That's what you want. In the adult books, I would suggest even trying to put like a word search in it because, by us getting, seasoned now, we don't have time to do the little things that we used to. So I would put a research and put the words, some of the main words that you use in that novel and that word search where they can find it, and that, because it'll help you and help them.
So did you self-publish or did you use a traditional publisher?
All my books are self-published, and I have heard from Titan Published that wanted to offer me $600,000 for my books. But what I realized before I signed the contract, once I give it to them, it would no longer be my book.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Okay.
So, I will advise everyone that if you do get those calls, if you sign that contract, those books will no longer be yours.
Okay, that is definitely something to know. That is definitely something to know.
And so I sent the contract to a lawyer, and I was all excited and everything. And she called and she said, "You can't sign this."
And wow, I'm sure they didn't mention that on the introduction call.
No, they did not.
Okay.
They give you the dollar signs. They give you the dollar signs for you to sign, and then probably afterwards, But my sister is a lawyer, and so I gave it to her. She called me back and was like, "No, you can't sign this because once you sign it, the books will no longer be yours." And they was also trying to geek me. They wanted to put it in Spanish, French, blah, 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 and it was sounding good.
Right. Okay, so that's a lesson learned. Lesson learned.
So, I just want you authors to know, you really have to, and it's legit. Because at first I was like, they kept calling, and I'm like, this is not legit. Then I finally listened, like the 7th or 8th time. I said, okay, send the contract to me. I'll send it to my lawyer. They was like, no, you don't need to send it to your lawyer, blah, blah, blah. You can go do the Better Business Bureau, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. I still sent it to my sister. She called and said, do not sign this.
Wow.
Because once you sign it, the books will no longer be yours.
Okay, so
it'll be the copyright to Titan Publishing.
Oh no, no, no. Titan. I gotta make a note of that.
Yes.
No Titan at all. So all self-publishing for you. Okay, cool. Awesome. So what would you say like the greatest moment of being an author has been for you?
Just brightening the students' faces, going into the schools, reading my material. It gives me joy. And then, then when I'm off site and they see me, they know who I am and they remember the book because they've read it.
Right.
And that's why, I was emphasizing sure that whatever you put in your book, make sure you put enough where you can engage with whatever area that you're working with, where they can read that book and won't put it down. And then they'll be telling somebody else and telling somebody else. And that's how, like I said, I've been doing this since 2020. This is 2024. And it's a lot of people, it's by word of mouth, word of mouth.
So any marketing suggestions that you would give to new authors or authors in general?
Like I said, I market my children books, all 6 of them, in the schools. The last 2 are really, really into all the schools here in the community. So basically, I just tell them about the book. I leave a book there. They'll contact me and be like, we would like for you to come and do, a read along. So I've done the read alongs, and then they'll buy the class, the books. Yeah.
Nice.
So the school have funding for our books. So I do want to get that out there. The school do have funding for our books. The library has funding for our books.
Yes, I'm glad you said that, because even though we hear something different, there is funding.
Because when I first started, they was like, oh no, if you can give us, 10 books and, blah, blah, blah. And so, one of the teachers was like, no, we have funding for the books. She was like, so you go back and tell them I said to purchase your books.
Okay, well, that was good. That's definitely good to know. And
so sometimes it's basically who you know, or you have to keep showing up.
Okay, yep. There's nothing wrong with that.
You have to keep volunteering. In March, I do a lot of volunteering the whole month of March, reading my books at different schools. But what's happening now, because I've been reading the books at the other schools and I'm trying to reach other schools, I get booked up the whole month where I don't even have to work.
Oh, okay. That is good to know. But I mean, I like that technique of just volunteering first, and then after they seeing everything, now they're going to start calling and calling and calling and calling. Awesome.
Right.
Awesome.
Because it's like some people, you have to show them better than you can tell them.
That's
because
right.
You can tell them, but they're not intaking or comprehending it. So when you show up and show out, they like, I love that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's good. That is good to know. Any questions? I didn't took up all questions from we would have had a whole conversation, but I'm just loving the doll. Oh my goodness, I'm just loving the doll. Oh wow. Any questions for Dr. Darcele? Any questions? All right. Well, thank you so much. I love my king has come, and I like, what's the other one? Oh, you just showed it. With the feelings. Those are my two
feelings matter. My feelings matter. My Feelings Matter has won like 5 or 6 awards. And so I will show some of the pictures in the book.
Yes.
So my next book, Stop Picking on Me, which is a bullying prevention book. What I'm thinking about doing is doing it diverse. And so it's going to be different characters than the normal characters that's in the book. So we might have a couple of Latinos in there, Caucasian in the book because of the bullying.
Right.
So.
Yes, when I had your book in my hand, and actually it was adult. Somebody, I need that book. I said, this is a children's book. She wanted that book. I said, okay, go ahead. So she said I gave her the book to read, and then she said, I gotta go on Amazon and get a couple more of these books. You'd be surprised how much adults appreciate that book.
And then I even have myself in the book.
Awesome.
So
are you using the same Illustrator set? Because I see your pictures are really awesome and nice.
Yes, I am using the same illustrator. I wind up finding my illustrator on Fiverr.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so now, I don't even have to reach out to her on Fiverr because she's done the last 3 books.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay, awesome. All right, you're another person that said they use Fiverr. So Fiverr is legit. So you can find some
Mhm.
good services on there. I just want everyone
Mhm.
to know that you definitely can find some good services on there. All right. So you have two more books coming up. Tell us again what they're about.
So I have stopped picking on me, which is bullying prevention. And
Mm-hmm.
then I have a human trafficking where it's going to
Oh,
call Safe
oh
Help
wow.
Me. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So
Now
I
that
think I think our students need to know early. We
yeah,
used to wait till they're 13 or 15, but now the early the better now.
right.
So stop picking on me and Safe Help Me. The human trafficking book. Hopefully I'll have both of those books by the end of the year. I know Stop Picking on Me should be out by the end of October.
Wow. And I know human trafficking is a really, really big topic now. I know in my church we did a walk for that. What made you write a book on that topic alone?
The human trafficking. Well,
Yeah.
my nonprofit, we do a lot of human trafficking programs in the community as well. And
Mm-hmm.
so you can see my website, www.donations with the S withlove.com. I do a lot in the community. I have a big event that's coming up August 8th. Community Foundation sponsors and Genesee Health System sponsors this program for me. And
Mm-hmm.
so we do a lot of opiate awareness, vaping prevention, suicide, and crisis intervention, like trauma informed. And so, what we do is we get the people in, we educate them through the vendors. And so they have to have a card and they have to punch it. Once their card is filled, each child get a pair of shoes, and it's called If Shoes Can Talk.
Oh wow, that's nice. I like
Yes.
that.
So that's coming up August 8th. That's my big event for the summer.
Okay. All right. Well, definitely the human trafficking book, I cannot wait to read that one. Like I
Okay.
said, that's a big topic. Like I said, my church just did a walk on it, and working in the hotel industry, it is I've seen it for myself. So
Okay.
it's a really interesting thing to
So,
doing.
so with that book, what I've been trying to figure out is I'm gonna just use a couple of characters or do like the rest of my books have several scenarios where the
Mhm.
kids can understand,
Yeah.
if this happened, this is what you need to do.
Right. Right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for writing those topics.
Thank you.
They are definitely important. We look forward to. Can you drop your website in the
Yep.
chat so we can purchase the book? And when you get
Yes.
that dial duplicated, let me know. Whoever made that dial, let's figure out how we can make some more of those. Oh my
No,
goodness,
right?
that is so awesome. Love it, love it. And the fact, like I said, the part that kills is she's holding a book. I love that part. I'm like,
Mhm.
oh my god,
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
She's
She's holding. That's the first book,
yeah.
Save So Millie.
All right. Well, we need to talk to her. How we gonna manufacture these more?
I know, right? Because even when I had it on the table in Chicago, they was like, "Is this down for sale?"
I gotta quite connect you to Janice Kenyatta. She has a doll,
Okay.
Abina, and her doll. She sells the doll with her book, and I don't know
Okay.
how she. I know she gets it made, but I'm not really sure. But I have to connect because she sells the book and the doll, and I love the doll. The doll looks almost the same, similar, but yeah, the dolls are a big thing now. People
Yes,
love
I
the
see.
dolls. Yeah,
Mhm.
love dolls.
So
Thank you.
yes, please connect me with her because I would love to talk to her.
Yes, I will. I definitely will. But yeah, I'm stuck in the bees in the hair. I'm just stuck on the dot. So thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. And I love
Absolutely.
hearing,
I'm glad that I was able to be here today.
yes, I love hearing about the books. Really, really enjoy all of them. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. So we are going to jump in and talk about marketing your book, and marketing books in general. I know that's like one of labor of love for so many of us. You write this book and you think, oh, it's just going to sell by itself. And honestly, you got to put some work behind it. You heard Dr. Darcele say she goes to different schools. She volunteers at the schools, but then it turns around and they buy the book. In the libraries, they don't let it fool you. Libraries have budgets to buy books, and she just sold 100 of those. So let's talk about marketing. Anybody can chime in on one way that you market your book before I kind of share a couple of things? Anyone want to chime in about how do you market your book? What do you do to get people to sell your book? Buy your book, I'm sorry. Anyone? Okay, quiet group. All right, let me see if I can share my screen. I did create let's see if it's up on my screen. Let's see. Cancel. Let's see. Let me see if I have it open. Yeah, I do. Mm, Give me 1 minute. Let me try to share my screen. Hmm. It's not letting me share. Oh, great. I just love Zoom. For some reason, it's not letting me share my screen. Let me see. Share. Okay, hold on. Oops. All right. Okay, let me try to maybe using a whiteboard so I can come on. Hmm. Let's see, share screen. Nope. All right, let me see if the whiteboard will come up. All right, let's close this out. All right, so a couple of things I wanted to share. Let me see if I'm able to pull it up from my email. Marketing your book, marketing your book. So, how many people use AI? If you use AI, drop the letters AI in the chat. If you use AI, drop it in the chat. All right, let me see if I can pull it up from my email. Anyone use AI? No? No? Oh my goodness, no. We got to start using AI. AI
Never
is your
used it.
AI
There
is your
was a class Friday, but I didn't get an opportunity to get into that class of AI. I need to though.
AI is your friend. It can be a life-saving experience. It can save you some time. Let me see if I can pull this up from my screen this way. Let me see if I can copy and paste it. Okay. No, that's not okay either. Okay, so let me do it this way. So marketing. Okay, it's not work. Okay, let's see. All right, copy and paste and see if I can put it in the whiteboard that way. Let's see. All right. See if it'll paste. Nope, it's not pasting. All right, so I'm going to just have to type it in. So a couple ways to market your book. We all know is book sales, right? First one is book sales. So with book sales, in order to do the book sales, everyone's using the social media and all that great stuff, correct? Social media. Does everyone have a website that they're using?
Yes.
If you have a website, if you have a website, we all ask you to drop it in there. So that another way is, I'm sorry, my screen's not sharing. The website, you can use that. And of course, events. So I asked you about AI because AI can actually help you find events. It can actually help you find events in your area with a prompt. Let me see if I can drop the prompt and at least drop the prompt into the chat. Hold on. Let me open this up. So AI is like my go-to person. It's almost like Google, but it's a little like Google on steroids, I say. You can ask AI to find you an event in your area. It can tell you the targeted market and all that sorts of things. So I'm going to share with you this prompt that I use in AI that kind of helps me find events. Even though most you can definitely find events off of Instagram as well. But let me drop in the chat this one prompt that I use. So if you want to copy and paste this prompt, you can. So with this one prompt, it says, act as an author event assistant. Every week, help me find book festivals, vendor fairs, speaking engagements, library programs, podcast interviews, bookstore events, and community festivals within my area. And that piece, I always put like Philadelphia. And then I ask it to rank each opportunity by audience size, estimated return on investment, booth cost, application deadline, or whether it fits my book and targeted reader. And best believe when you put that prompt in like Chat GPT or any of the other AI platforms, it's going to give you a chart. And in that chart, it's going to give you upcoming events. It's going to tell you about how many people actually attend the events. It's also going to tell you it's going to tell you if the booth cost is like high or low. If it's over $100, it's probably going to be high. And then it'll tell you if it's free. And then it's going to tell you what deadline. And then the great thing about that chart, it's going to give you a hyperlink. So if you would click on it, it will take you to that particular event's website as well. So just using that one prompt will give you a list of various book events. It'll give you a couple of podcast places to look at. It'll give you some bookstores. So that just using AI just to find that without you being on Instagram or Facebook looking for events yourself will help you jumpstart you to finding different events to go and to sell your books. Like I said earlier, you got to be out and selling your books. You got to be out. People want to see the person behind the words. You will be surprised how many people get excited just to see you, the author, there selling your books. I know when we do the traveling bookstore, I tell them that, most of the books here are from Black and brown authors. But the number one question they always ask me, is any of the authors here? I'm like, oh, no, not today. But in some instances, I actually bring an author with me to different events. That author usually sells out their books. They're just super excited to have that hand-signed book, the conversation with the author. They really, really, really enjoy that. Another way to sell your books is through speaking engagements. Dr. Darcele just talked about that. She said she was at different events. She, goes and volunteers at the different schools to do some speaking engagements to talk about your book. Again, using your book to get in the door. Even Josiah talked about that. He said, he goes to different speaking events. It may not be about his book, but once he speaks, he talks about, hey, I have this book for sale, and people will be open to buying your book, especially at the different speaking events. And you're probably like, well, where can I find these speaking events? I mentioned earlier conferences. There's so many different conferences that you can go to: women's conferences, book conferences, educational conferences, conferences on different health and medical things. There's so many different conferences. If you just Google conferences in my area in July, Google will give you a list, and so will AI. It will give you a list. Other places you can speak at. I'm trying to type and talk. Is different schools. We already talked about schools. We talked about libraries. Most libraries libraries are evolving. They know that they just can't survive off of selling books. They need people to come in and do workshops. They need people to come and do readings. So you need to make that connection with your local library to see how you can kind of develop some type of relationship. I know in Philly, different libraries, they have different workshops and different clubs. One of the libraries, actually, one of the authors that we work with, she was able to go in and do a workshop, and just like we did today, talk about her book, talk about how she wrote her book, talk about how she published it. The library actually paid her to come in to do that workshop and allowed her to sell her books and gave her the space to do that. So most libraries have like a community room. So she was able to work with them. And from that one workshop, I think she said she had like 7 people in it. The next one, she had like 20 people in it. And then they keep calling her back to say, when can you come back and do that workshop? One thing that was helpful with just doing that one workshop, the marketing piece. The library sent it out to their mailing list, which is about 1 million readers long. So she had people coming from all over the city just to take her class, but also they bought her book while she was there. And also, like I said, the marketing piece, it was on their website. They printed out the flyers. They put it on their bulletin board when you came in the library. So the marketing piece was done. All she did was develop that relationship with that librarian to do the workshop. And the workshop was simple. She did like you did today, talk about the journey of her publishing her book. So again, reach out to your libraries. And then they do have budgets to pay you. Don't let them fool you. They do have budgets to pay
That
you.
part.
Yeah.
That part.
Yes.
And also, Dr. Kym, I also wanted to make individuals aware that the schools have like PTA, which is like
Yes.
a parents conference.
Yes.
And so if you're doing children books, that's a good time to go in there, speak, show a book. You know what I'm saying? Also, what I've done, instead of, if they don't want to purchase a book, I went to like a printer and did all of the color illustrations, the coloring part, like the journal and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And just the front copy of the book, and then I'll pass them out. Just a keepsake thing. So it have like 3 or 4 pages in the cover of the book.
Right. Yep. And that I talked about that earlier. I'm glad you reinforced that. That is so important. The kids and adults love to color, love to do different little activities. Just one sheet that'll pull them right on in. Mm-hmm. One sheet. Another one is, again, I just talked about it earlier, workshops and trying to type and talk and trainings. So one of the things I learned as going through my doctoral study was, and it kind of it took me a long time to sink in, is now that I wrote that 210 paper, I'm an expert. So now that you have wrote that book, you are the expert. So you can do workshops and you can do trainings. You told your story, you wrote your story, you did the research behind. You are the expert. So keep that in mind. No one else can tell your story or write your book. You did that. So you can create a workshop around that. And honestly, ChatGPT can help you with that. So if you wrote in ChatGPT, like I said, it's Google on steroids, but it actually gives you answers. So if you wrote in ChatGPT, my book is about, create me a workshop on this topic, it will give you a workshop. And then if you go back and say, create me an activity on this topic, it'll give you some activities. And the key words you want to tell it says, please be in detail. It will give you those things. Not saying that you want to use them verbatim, but it will help you start developing that workshop, that training, that worksheet, that activity. It will give you those things. And if you go back again and say, make this downloadable in Word, it will create that workshop, it will create that activity, and it will give you the link that you can download it in Word and you can tweak it to make your own. What ChatGPT does is pretty much your assistant, and like I said, Google on steroids, but it gives you real life things. But again, you have to feed the information to it in order for it to give you the results that you want. And it doesn't have to be elaborate. Like I just said, you can say, my book is about this, and this is the 3 topics. Create me a workshop, and it will do that. Create me training activities, it will do that. And those simple lines will give you some examples on how to do that. Fairren said, if I have to jump, okay. So another way to market your book is coaching and counseling. One of the things that, like I said, you're an expert now. So just remember, you went through a journey of writing this book. There's some other author that may need this help. You may not say, oh, coaching is a lot, but again, it's another way to promote your book, promote you, and also bring in another stream of revenue. Making those connections and reaching out to those maybe authors that maybe want to write their book and coaching them through it, that helps one give you some credibility, and also word of mouth marketing. If you work with them, they will, best believe your book will sell, and they will definitely promote you to other people as a book coach. So looking ways, that's another way of marketing your book as well. Earlier we talked about merch, having a t-shirt. We saw the doll. We have some different activities that you can sell, bookmarkers, affirmation cards, workbooks. All those things are good supplements to your book. And those merchandise things are not very difficult to actually create. There are some merchandise that, is print on demand. If you have a local printer, making that relationship with them. Activity books, you have the activity in your book, maybe pulling that one page out and adding it to your book as you give it to the readers. I know, like I said, what we do, we have one author that we take with us on our traveling book pop-up bookshop. She has a book about two girls that travel around the world. So in the area that we set up her book, we have a globe. But then she pulled out she actually sent us a sheet that had a map on it, and most of the places on the map was where the little girls would travel. So what we did, we added crayons to it. So you get her book, you get the map, you get the crayons, and then what she does, she says to the reader, send me your map, and then she posts them and things of that sort. So is that right there is a way to make it interactive, but also that simple piece of merchandise really helped kind of sell her book even more. Kids get really excited when they see that. Another way to sell your book is, and they are coming alive, if you don't know it, book clubs. There's a one book club that just had this major conference in Houston called Black Girls Can Read. I think over 500 to 1,000 people attended that book club conference. So book clubs are making a reviving themselves, and they are all over the place. I actually belong to a book club here, actually a couple of book clubs here in Philly. What they always ask is for us to suggest books for us all to read. But one things that we do when we get together, we always bring a book, extra book to swap out as well. So looking into those book clubs, seeing how you can connect with them, offering a free book if possible, and then talking with them about buying the book in bulk. Because one of the things our book club does is we tell what book we're going to read, but we actually meet up. If it's a local author, we actually buy that book from that local author instead of going to Amazon and giving Amazon a majority of the money. We want to put it in that author's hands. So we actually try to reach out to the local author when we do a local author reading of our book clubs. Another way of marketing is making sure that you have a mailing list. I have reached reached out to a lot of authors, say, hey, I want to send your information out, and do you have a mailing list? If you have a website, somewhere on your website you should have some line that says subscribe to be part of my mailing list. Always when you are selling books and you're reaching out to your added events, make sure you have some type of notebook or something that people can put their name and their email. Having a mailing list is so critical and key. One, it helps you connect with readers. People like to be notified, ahead of time. So when you have that new release, you can send out something to make them feel special. Say, you're getting it before it hits the market. So create a mailing list. It doesn't have to be huge either. I mean, you'll be surprised. A 50-person or 20-person mailing list can go a long way. So just start thinking about making sure you have a mailing list. It doesn't have to be elaborate. You can keep it in Word, you can put it in Excel or use Google, but definitely start thinking about having a mailing list. That's so, so, so important. Having a mailing. And then, like I said, if you have a website, somewhere on your website, you should have somewhere that says sign up for my mailing list or sign up for new releases or promotions. People best believe will sign up for those things. So mailing lists. Any questions so far? All right. A couple other ways to market your book. Some people do offer freebies. I know there is a book event that comes out every year where a lot of
What you
different
mean
authors.
freebies? Dr. Kym, what do you mean freebies?
Um on so there's it's two ways. One, there's a young lady, she does a week long or like a month long where she asks authors to share your book for free, either a chapter of your book, and she actually promotes it out and people read different books throughout that month. Or on Amazon, sometimes if people have Kindles that doesn't charge them, you can offer a free read that way, and then encourage them to purchase the book from there. The other way is when we first started our Facebook page, I used to tell people share a page from your book. You'll be surprised just that one page or that two pages will pull people in. So enticing them and teasing them that way really helps. But those freebies definitely helps in pulling in the audience. I mean, I know books are expensive. You don't want to give away free books, but giving them a free couple pages to read, and you and actually adding a activity to it that may help bring them in. But those are some type of freebies that you can pull people in. And honestly, pulling them in by asking them to put your email and then giving them access, that helps again do two things: build your mailing list or potential reader, but also giving them something to learn more about your book. So those are some freebies as well. And one of the things that I do, like I said before, is like when we do a pop-up bookstore, one of the things I give to anybody that comes to our table and purchase a book, I give them a bookmarker, which I buy in bulk from Amazon. And I give them a whole bunch of stickers, positive words, and things of that sort, which I buy in bulk in Amazon. And usually I give them some type of card that has like a list of the Black authors that we have at our table. So those couple of things, people are super excited, like, oh my goodness, I never thought about that. But one, we need to figure for us, we need to figure out what makes us different from Barnes and Noble. Barnes and Noble can give you anything free, but we give out the bookmarkers, the stickers, and a list of books potentially that he can read. So even including that stuff as part of your book is really nice to do. I didn't realize how significant stickers are, but stickers are the trendy thing right now. From animal stickers to affirmation stickers to Christian stickers to words of encouragement, any type of sticker you could think of. I usually pretty much go to Amazon or some other people that I know and just buy them in bulk. And usually I give like 3 or 4 stickers for everybody that buy a book. And if you're mailing out a book that's signed, consider putting a bookmark in, a little message, and some stickers. It goes a long way. It goes a long way. One of the things that someone talked about earlier, I think it was Dr. Josiah, he talked about collaborating. Um, Anthologies, if you're a new author or you're just not ready to write that full book, um, collaborating with other authors to create a book is really important. Now, back in the day, it was like that one person created a book and you just put your name in it and you just bought it in bulk. Now with technology, you can be a collaborator in the book. You can have your cover with your name on it, and you can have your own ISBN. Again, you may have collaborators from all over the country promoting this one book. So again, it helps with sales and things of that sort, but also markets you. So definitely, if you're looking to think about writing a book, but you're just not sure or not ready to write that whole book by yourself, there's a lot of different ways to collaborate with different anthologies and stuff like that. Like we have one we're working on as well, an anthology, but consider being a collaborator that, like I said, really helps market you and market your book, market your writing skills. And at the same time, if you have more than one book that you're out, so you can add that to your collection of books. So being a collaborator part of a book is really, really a great way to market as well. Not only the book you're working on, but other books that you have. Another way that's a way to market your book is being a guest on a podcast or a blog or things that sort. Those ways are good. There are a lot of social media groups called Be a Guest on a Podcast or podcastguest.com. If you just Google, if you put in Facebook podcast guests, you will have a lot of groups that pop up. A lot of podcasts actually post if they're looking for guests what the criteria is. Some podcasts are free, some podcasts come with a cost, so just be mindful of that. But podcasts are really great. Even the small ones that have like a low targeted audience is fine because one, they know their niche, they stay within their targeted audience, and usually that's really good to have. But definitely trying to get on a podcast and be a guest, that's a great way to market your book. One of the key things I tell everyone when you're on a podcast, make sure you ask for a copy of that podcast so that way you can use it, that link to share, put on your Facebook, put on your website, and places like that. So those are really great ways to market your book as well. Let's see, what other way? The one way I actually encourage authors is to get involved with award ceremonies and events. So there's a lot of different book awards that come about all throughout the year. And they are really great marketing tools. Even if you just are a finalist or a second runner up or first runner up, they are really great. Most of them come with a cost, but again, that's a great way to market your book. Most of the time, when you compete in those things, they are marketing that event themselves. So you get to get posted on their website. They send out a press release. And then if you win, they usually send you some type of certificate, sticker, or whatever. Those are great to have on your book. So getting involved in different award events, competition, those are really, really, really great marketing tools as well. So I really, really challenge you to work with those. And then, like I said, we talked about book events, book fairs. There's book events and book fairs all over the country, all year round, internationally. Again, just want to give everyone a heads up. Book events and book fairs are costly. Make sure you have a budget ready. They're not as cheap as they used to be. They can run from $50 to $5,000. So the cost of going to events has, from just talking to different colleagues, has skyrocketed a little bit. So just be mindful of that. But
Dr. Kym, I also want to point out too that a lot of like if you're trying to get it published or you trying to market it, reviews are very important as well.
Yes. Yes. Let's put that down there. Yes. Getting reviews.
Yes.
Getting reviews is important.
Even though sometimes, it costs, but just having several reviews where you can put it in your profile that you've had several, different organizations to, review it and say what they thought about the book is very important.
Yes. Yeah. And honestly, of course, when you person buy your book, you want them to review, and you can make it easy sometimes and send them a link or put a barcode in your book so they can scan it, because people don't want to do the work. But also there's groups that do reviews. They call ARCs. So they're actually advanced reader clubs. They will review your book as well. A lot of them just want the free book to review, and again, making it easy for them. So if you do send your book to an art group or a person that reviews books, make sure you just send them, create the question for them, or email them some questions that you may want them to answer for you, just in case that person just is not a good, does not want to do the extra work. Make sometimes it easier. If you send me a list of questions after I read your book, I'm most likely going to answer those questions. But and also make sure you follow up with them after you send them the book. Just follow up. Hey, when you're going to review my book? Where's it going to be at? Follow with them. But reviews are really important. One, you can put them on Amazon, Goodread, your website. Sometimes people put them on the back of their book. They're good to have in a press release if you're doing press, but reviews are really, 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 really good to have. So, don't think they don't go a long way, but they really, really do. A lot of stores depend on what your book reviews are about before they bring that book into the store. So be mindful of that as well. They look at your social media numbers, and they also look at reviews. So a lot of retail stores do look at that too. But yeah, like I said, there's quite a few ways to get reviews now. And then also, on Instagram, the bookstagrammers, you send them, you may send them a book, or you say, hey, get my book on discounted. Here's a promo code for a discounted rate for my book. They may buy your book that way. The bookstagrammers are always looking for books to highlight. Like I shared earlier, one of my friends, she's a bookstagrammer. Her thing is the unpacking of the book when it comes to her house. She does the whole bells and whistles with the music and the lights flashing and gets so excited. But again, she reviews that book. She sends it out. She sends the review to the author. But one thing she does for her book, which I really like, she has a little library in her community. Once she reviews that book and puts all that stuff on Instagram, she donates that book to her little library and community, so someone else can read the book. So that's really kind of cool that what she does with her books. So again, marketing your book, takes time. It's worth it. If you put all the work into writing that book, the marketing piece is no avoiding it. You have to do it somehow, some way. Um, Again, I actually tell you to consider using Chat GPT. We're going to probably have a class on Chat GPT, so look out for that. And there are different groups that actually have on Facebook that have groups that can give you the prompts to put in. Because sometimes that's a challenge. Like, what do I put in to get these results? So there are different groups and things like of that sort to help you with the prompts part, because that can be a challenge. But definitely don't be afraid of it. It is not going anywhere. ChatGPT is not going anywhere. It's here to stay. But one thing I tell everyone, you have to put in the data you want it to know about yourself or about your book or about whatever you're doing. You have to feed it that data. Do not let it create its own narrative about you. You put in that data. One of the things that my friends laugh at me, because with my Chat GPT, I talk to it like it's a person sitting next to me. It may create something and I'll say, oh no, that is ugly. Let's do that again. No, don't do that. So also in ChatGPT, when I got my doctor's degree, I said, moving forward, I need you to put my name as Dr. Kym so and so. So it said to me, my apologies. Moving forward, I will put in Dr. Kym when you tell me to. So it does exactly what I tell it to do. And in order to it to learn more about you, you have to feed it those details. Do not let it create those narratives. One of the things that I like about my Chat GPT, you can create projects. It can be your daily assistant. Like you can say, I need for you to create a daily agenda for me to promote my book or promote whatever we're doing. It will give you suggestions. It will tell you when to do it, where to do it. So it's a really, really good tool to have. Is it to end all to be all? Absolutely no. Do you need to check the references and check it as it sometimes spit out things? Yes. It is a great tool, the keyword tool to use, but it is not the end all to be all in what we do in this industry. But I actually really, really want to tell you that is something that you should be using. It will help you along the way, and it will give you some ideas that will be useful to you to use. So, any questions about anything?
Great information, Dr. Kym. It was a great information. And I also wanted to make you aware that I did put that YouTube link in the chat for those that would like to see that meditation on YouTube for the kids.
Yes, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to open up the floor. I know we have some Maria, Travis, Bettina. Are you any of you authors who want to share?
I am.
Hi, Maria.
Hi. My friend Hazel told me about this, so I came in late.
Oh, awesome, awesome. Are you an author? And would you like
yes,
to
yes, I am. I have
Okay.
my first children's book that came out in 25?
Okay.
Wait, not last year, the year before. And I just signed up with an agent, and I have a book with Dressed in Love.
Nice.
And I had an offer, which my agent told me to turn it down, which I'm kind of really worried about. And that was with TCU, Texas Christian University.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody's ever published with a university, because I really need some insight. My agent usually just works with Christian authors,
Okay.
and university runs a different ball game from what I hear.
Yes. They do.
And one of the things, of course, as an agent, they're not going to get much because the royalties are very low. But my concern was that I thought it would have a good reach if I did go with them. Not so much the royalty aspect, but
Right.
the reach aspect of going into the schools.
Yes.
So she told me to turn it down, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to, but I also don't want to lose her. So I don't know what to do. But the book I have right now is, I don't know, this one is, it's bilingual, and it's a Christian book and has to do help children with school shootings, the lockdowns and the drills. I was a school counselor and realized what children go through, the fears of having to practice and hide under a desk. So it's just showing that they're not alone. And yeah, so that book, it's based on Psalm 23. And another book that Dressed in Love, I just signed a contract, is having to do with the ICE raids. And I hooked up with the Red Card Society, Know Your Rights. And the little girl, the mom explains to her about the Know Your Rights, and she feels empowered. And of course, empowers her family with knowing what to do when ICE comes because they take her father. And we're going to write a sequel in it. And as far as what the dad is going through in the camp, in the detention center, and he's free, things like that. The one that TCU has is it's counting. And the little girl, in counseling, we tell the children to count when they're fearful because it grounds them. So she counts her way from Guatemala to the States to the border. And one is the best one Mama gave me as we start our journey. Two are the two shoes I tied. It goes on to like 11 are the apples that are in my backpack. That's all we ate for many days. 17 are the knots on the rope as we cross the Rio Grande. So she counts everything, and they really like that. I really want it published. It's giving a voice to what's happening right now because our community is being told that we're not valued or belong here, which in fact we do. And so that's why I want my books to be out and help our children in that area. So yeah, so I don't know if I'm really seeking advice on what to do because I need to make a decision on this TCU. I'm grateful that in these 3 years, God has just opened doors, for me to be able to write. I didn't think of myself as a writer, but it happens. And yeah, and Hazell and I were in a critique group, and so I got to know her, and she's a great friend. And so yeah, that's where I'm at.
So just from past experience working with someone that did that like you was going back and forth about the university press. She was working with University of Penn trying to figure out she wanted go through with them to publish her book. So a couple of things is from what I remember, the royalties were low. She was like, okay. They were a little lower than normal. But the one thing she did was her one thing that she didn't like is that she had limited creative control. Like they wanted to decide what the cover would look like, the title, how to format it, when it was going to be released, and those things of that sort. I mean, she did go with them because one, it gave her a lot of credibility. It was very prestigious. They did a really great job with the marketing and kept keeping her busy from going from one academic location to another. It's just that for her, the one thing was the creative control, and then she said the review process was grueling. It just took forever. It was a lot of changes, and she told them, "Look, um, this is my voice. If you either we're going to take it or leave it," but she had to stand firm on the structure and what she wanted in her book, and I think that was like the one of the things she was, connected with a halfway decent editor that said, "Okay, we cannot continue to change it because we're going to lose the integrity of the book and the point." So that was one thing. That was her sword that she fell on. Like, I'm not changing it again. This is what it's going to be. I understand you got to take it through so many reviews, scholarly reviews, whatever. But this is it. Either you take it or leave it. And she was like, okay. And they was like, okay, I understand. But it kept her busy. She did a really great job going from university to university. She actually taught at the school for a little bit. But again, like I said, she didn't have any creative control over the cover, the title, and the format, and when it was released. And that was one of the things she just said she built bit the bullet on. She was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, they ask for all rights.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yep.
rights. Yeah. And yeah, and that's the thing that one of the things they do also, which I don't want, is first rights.
Yep.
They said that the next book I write, having to do with that subject, is theirs first.
Yeah. So you just it's a lot of things to outweigh. I must say that her book is in every college library because they have that system, the
Yeah.
different system. So that's one good thing. Is in every institute, educational institution. So the marketing piece is very strong. She did a lot of conferences behind that. Like they really pushed her book out there for her, but you just have to figure out what are you willing to give up.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Yeah. I guess what my goal for that book is, I just want it in the classrooms.
Yeah. And that will happen with a university. They will make sure that they get it out to the classrooms for sure. That's the key.
Okay.
And we'll keep you busy. They will keep you busy, but just be mindful that royalties are low and you have to be patient with them because it's going to go through some processes. But I must tell you, like it was, she did this book years ago. I went to a American Library conference in Philly, and they were giving out the book catalog, and her book was in the catalog.
Wow.
I was like, oh my goodness! So we cheering. It was 3 years ago. We super excited. I mean, her book is about 3 years old, but they still kept it in the catalog, and they were giving that catalog out to all the librarians at this major conference. So they do a lot of the marketing for you. So that's a plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to hear that. Thank you. Because I feel like my agent's just out there to get her 15%, And yeah.
Yeah.
I guess everybody wants that. And I think I'm just going to get like 12% after selling so many.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, that's one book you said, how many books have you written so far?
I have one, and then I have another one that's going through. So I'll have 2 more. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure after that, you're going to be writing some more. So,
yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that will propel you to maybe sell books or, some self-publishing books and some, through the university. So it's a good market and the support, you'll have that support system. So, going through them, if you decide that way, it'll show you what do and do not to do. So it's a good support system as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but talk to your agent. But again, you're the writer, so it's decisions. You got to figure that out.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I needed to hear that. You're the first one to tell me that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anybody else is thank you for joining us. I appreciate you, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria, can you share a little bit from your book? Maybe read a page or so, a paragraph
of my book.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's called My Shepherd, My Protector, and I can tell you it's bilingual. Mi pastor, mi protector, and helping children to go through. One of the pages, like I said, I really like is this one. In Psalm, it says, "Even though I walk through very dark valleys, I will not be afraid because you are with me." But it says, but sometimes practice drills at school. Oh, sorry, hold on. Sometimes we have practice drills at school, and they can be scary. But I know that God is with me and that I'm not alone. So I'm helping the children know that they're not alone.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah, it's a really good.
Is that book on Amazon?
What's that?
Is your book on Amazon?
It's on Amazon. Yes, ma'am. It's through Redemption Press.
Can you drop the link in the chat for us too? Go ahead.
I sure can. And he helps me stay calm when I can stay silent, and of course, as they follow the teacher's rules. But also that to let them know that God's placed authorities like librarians and even the cafeteria workers are there to help them, to keep them safe. And at the very end of the book, I did put, even when I don't understand why things happen and I don't know what to say, I can come to God. So it's just giving that reassurance. And the reason I wrote this was because one of the young girls in the Uvalde shooting was crying out to God and was saved by her dead friend, on top of her. And we can teach our children that sometimes we're not the brave ones, but there's somebody higher than us that can be brave for us, which is God, and can help, because children sometimes tend to feel, why am I not brave? Well, we weren't created to be that great brave. We're created to seek our God. So yeah, and that's why I wrote it.
Is it in
Because
Spanish and English?
it's in English and Spanish, yeah.
Nice.
It says, a veces algunos tenemos simulacros de práctica en la escuela. And it goes on. And then I put notes for, at the end, activities that parents can do and how to
Okay.
talk to our children. Again, I was a counselor. I was in education for over 30 years. So yeah. So my
Okay.
books have to do with a lot of that. I just see the need for our children, just like you were talking about earlier. Yeah, with trafficking and everything. There's so much to write about, you know?
Yeah.
And just putting it in a friendly manner, not to scare children, but inform them.
Yes.
Yes.
True.
And I think it's important that we do that.
Mhm.
So
I
yeah.
love that. That was awesome. Can you please drop the chat in your link in the chat for us?
Okay. I'm going to figure out how to do that. I'm not very techy.
Nice. Thank you so much again for joining us, Maria. I appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else on here is an author that wants to share? Don't make me call out the names. I saw two already. Oh, Devonna, you had a question. I'm sorry.
I just had a quick comment. I just wanted to say, like, I always get so much feedback, but to be on my first one and hear how so many of these topics like affect the things that my children are going through every day, it's so amazing to know that there's relatable literature out. And my dad, he does like the royalties for a publishing company in New York, so he's always sending them books. But to see that there's so many different authors that are, approachable and you can relate to, this event definitely changed the way I'll be purchasing books for them. And it changed the way that I'm going to look at the literature that their school is offering. So I just wanted to say thank you to each and every author that has been on, and how detailed you were about sharing why you've written your stories and how they even affect us as grown adults.
All right. Thank you. Awesome. Oh, got it. Thank you, Maria. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other authors on here want to share about their books? Ms. Newton.
I knew you were gonna call on me. I'm in the grocery store and it's loud, but I can talk. Hello, 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 everyone. I am Alicia with the E, Newton. My dad's name is Ellie. Mom added an H and an A, so it's literally Alicia Newton, like Sir Isaac Newton, laws of relativity, or fruit-filled syrupy sweet snack called a fig Newton. And my books are my award-winning book, You Are Powerful, has two glossaries, a piece of music I wrote, and it also has a QR code just in case student readers don't know how to read music. And when they click on the flat.io is what I used to create the sheet music, it plays the music like a keyboard. Also, there is artwork from a real artist that I commissioned to do a t-shirt for me one year, a milestone birthday. And there is a journal, so they can draw and write about their responses to the journal's prompts. And then the learning activities are a challenge, is also spurred on with the challenge after they finish the learning activities. And the learning activities are how they can tell you how they're powerful once they finish the book. And they are going to create a play, a poem, a production, or something totally brand new. And they could add to the song that I have in the book, which is just about the length of a jingle. So that's just a little bit about You Are Powerful. I also have Light, which is the first book of the STEM series. And it's everything that you need to grow, just like plants. Also, when they're reading You Are Powerful, they also know it's a lot. So there are some adults who have said, we can use this book as affirmations for ourselves. I need this. I don't need to buy this for any children. I need to buy it for myself. So You Are Powerful, of course, is one. The song is called You're Amazing. And then in the one of the glossaries, we say what all the words mean, of course. But when you get to the word amazing, you have to sing the song You're Amazing. And then you have to tell me or someone near you or talk to us on social media to tell us what it means to you after you sing the song. So we believe in having a multidisciplinary approach to everything, reading, writing, as you can hear, listen, and also them presenting. What I said earlier about the challenge is they are challenged once they've finished reading the book to participate in a 2 to 3 day challenge with us virtually or either face to face. And based on whatever they wrote, we say, okay, now that you've written this, let's create. So if they say, I want to create a book or a poem, a play, a production, or something totally brand new, then we walk them through that process. If there's something that I don't know how to do, someone in my network does. And so it's just a way for us to make sure that in academia, we keep saying students need to know critical thinking skills. And also sometimes we don't give them the opportunity to practice those skills as we teach them. And so this is one of those ways to do that through You Are Powerful, and also in How to Love Your Job Daily for Educators, 7 Secrets to Understanding the Stamina, utilizing the Stamina Blueprint. Some of those same strategies are in there for educators in my book. And each book is also an e-course. So that's just a little bit about me and my books. And so I'm gonna pause because I'm making a whole lot of noise in this store and see if you have any questions for me.
I just jumped on and I heard the ending of Maria's presentation and your full presentation. So thank you both for the people I was able to listen to. My question for you, when it comes to music, my 3rd book that I'm writing that will be published in December will have music in it. Music is not the center of it, but music will be featured within it. My 4th book will actually have original music from one of my sons in it. So I guess my question is, what platform did you use to record? And QR codes, I'm good with that. But do you have any recommendations or anything you wish you would have known before you started with the music portion of your book?
That's a good question. I actually went to flat.io and I created the sheet music because the Lord gave me the song and the book of, I woke up one morning and he gave it to me. Just let me go back and say that part. And so I had the song in my head and I needed to put it into a sheet music. And so I don't know how I found flat.io. I don't know, with research one day I found it. And so I'm gonna that's the only thing that I did. So I don't have any I wish I would have done type things, but that worked.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, it just came to me to do the QR code because I kept trying to figure out how would people, if they just had the book, even read the music. They don't know how to read music. So that's what made me look for a resource for that.
I love that. Thank you so much. And sometimes, listen, just showing up into a room, you never know what you're going to hear. So show up, y'all.
Thank you. Any more questions for me?
All right, thank you so much. I know you're in the supermarket. I'm not going to put you on the spot too much.
Yeah, I will put it on the camera too, because if you need me to.
Yeah.
Because normally we gotta sing, but
you usually should make us sing the
since
song.
I don't
y'all.
have the link, I could put the link in the chat, huh? Hold on.
She usually make us sing the song, but she'll be actually being my co-host for our children's virtual book fair. So you better get ready. She's gonna make us sing the song and all that good stuff. But definitely check out her book; it's really awesome. She's one of our books that we have on our traveling bookstore, and will be in our bookstore when we open in Philly. So I am super excited. And you know what? I'm gonna have that song playing in the store. So we gotta figure
You
out how to
already
get
know
it.
I'm putting it in the chat so everybody can sing right now.
So, Dr. Kym, how can we get our books in your store?
Since you are all members, just have to send me a couple copies, and then we'll figure out if you want to do the commission or the other setup. But yeah, okay. August 22nd. So the month of August, I will be quiet as we start to build out the store. My goal is we need 2,000 books to open.
Okay.
I'm not there yet. I think I'm not even at 1,000, but that's okay.
Oh,
This
we
week,
have some other authors for you that we're going to tell you about too. So you'll exceed your goal.
okay, cool. Just I mentioned it
I'll send some
earlier.
books.
I appreciate, yes, I need Keegan in my life. I definitely need that. So my goal for the store, just in case, like I said, I'm opening up the bookstore in this August, which is next week, 22nd, looks like our grand opening. And Philadelphia has this bookstore crawl, so that's what we're trying to push for the 22nd. But we're looking to have out of 2,000 books, my goal is to have at least close to 1,500 indie authors, and then the rest I'm going to open up to various publishing houses. Everybody was asking me, well, do you think indie authors are going to sell? I said, yes. I've done the market research. This summer, we were out at, I think I had an event almost every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And at those events, most of the books that we sold were indie authors. So, yes, people are looking for indie authors to buy. They love, and in fact, that most of the authors that I haven't, but I can tell them about the story because mostly I read the books or you've been on a book fair, so I know about your book. So we definitely want as many Black authors or authors in general that are indie authors in the bookstore first. That's my first priority. So I will share with everyone how to get their books in the store.
And I forgot to talk about the coloring book and activity guide too. You are powerful.
Yes. Awesome. Yes. So let me see if I can click on your link and will it play? Let's see. Let's see. Will it play? Oh, let's see. Can everyone hear that?
It's in and out.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, I don't know how to add it to. I'm not sure how to add it to. Like we tried before. I cannot remember how we added it to Zoom.
It should ask you to add sound when you click on. Hold on, I'm look at it. It's like, I'm on my phone, so it's different.
Yeah, I actually had issues with sharing earlier, so I'm not sure if it's going to allow me to share anything.
But we don't really need the music. We can just sing after me.
Okay.
All right, everybody. When you actually look at the sheet music, you'll see that it's 4x4, four beats in each measure. That's why you see the 4 on top of the other 4. It looks like 4x4, but it's actually the beats in each measure. And a measure you'll see is those lines and spaces. And so we're going to say it first, and then we're going to sing it. And the words are not you are, but you're amazing. So say you're amazing. But everybody has to unmute, and I should hear everybody.
And that means you got to click on the link that's in the chat. Okay.
They don't have to click on the link yet, but they can just unmute and let me hear them say, you're amazing.
You're amazing.
Simply amazing.
Simply
Amazing.
You're amazing.
You're
amazing.
Simply amazing.
Simply
amazing.
amazing.
So now when you look at the sheet music, you'll see there's something that looks like a little squiggly line. We call those rests. And what you do is pause when you see that. So when you actually go to the sheet music, you'll see why we pause. But the first part of it goes, you're amazing. Y'all repeat.
You're
amazing.
Simply amazing.
Simply amazing.
Rest. You're amazing.
You're
You're
amazing.
amazing.
Simply amazing.
Simply
Amazing. So if you were just reading the book, it would tell you sing the song "You're Amazing" and then tell me what does amazing mean to you. So now that you've sung the song, go ahead and one at a time, of course, you can tell us what does amazing mean to you.
All right. Anybody volunteering?
I would say amazing means out of the ordinary.
That's good. Mhm. Anybody else? Thank you for sharing. I couldn't see the person's name.
I'm amazing because I'm unique.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I have my face to the phone, so I'm missing who's saying what, but thank you all.
This is Shamika. I'm amazing because I didn't give up.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Shamika. And who are the other two people who spoke before?
Maria.
Thank you, Maria. Anyone else want to share? And it's okay if you don't share right now because sometimes we need think time. And what that means is you just need time to think and process. And then you can always connect with us on social media or email and tell us what you think. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And you're all amazing.
Thank you. Awesome. Yes, it's always a thrill to have you on with us. Thank you again for sharing. All right.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing all of you at the children's book fair.
Yes. All right. That's coming up next for us. And I have all these children authors on, so that should be already. I'm going to make y'all put that on your calendar. Shamika, do you want to share about your book?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm just getting back home from an event out in the sun. So, pardon me for not having my camera on, but if you need it to be on, I'll turn it on. My name is Cool Beans. My name is Shamika Brown. I am a math educator. I'm a proud parent of 5 children. That 5 is significant because I write books that connect to what they're going through at their ages. So I have one book called Your Kiss Is Enough. It's about at the time, my 3-year-old who was nonverbal would kiss us to get our attention. So he would kiss us and then point to what he wanted or bring to us what he wanted. So this book really affirms that he is enough just the way that he is. And it affirms families of delayed speakers so that they know that their child is enough. God made no mistake when he made them, and he made no mistake when he made the parents themselves. So that's Your Kiss Is Enough. My first book is called Queen of 24. That tells the story of how I fell in love with mathematics in middle school. So much so that I began to see numbers all around me, whether it was on the football field where I cheered on my local school team, or in the African braiding salon where I got my hair braided, or even as my mom made my favorite meal, which was chicken and dumplings. I saw the numbers all around me, and I did something with those numbers. So that book really does encourage young people to see the math that's all around them and really connect to being the math person that they truly are. My third book will be published in December. I'm still writing that one. It's called 7 Slides Around the World. And that's one of my 8th graders who's in the house with me. Because he plays the trombone, his trombone magically transports him to the 7 continents where he learns a bit about culture and mathematics. So all of my books will center math because I am the math lady and you are the math people.
All right. Thank you so much. And can you drop in the chat where we can get your books from?
Yes, I put
Awesome.
mathisallaroundus.org in there, but I'll place it back in again in case people jumped on late.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you,
Mhm.
thank you. All right. Any questions for Shamika? I'm telling you, her books will make you love math. Definitely pick them up. Numbers, numbers, numbers. All right. Anybody else, an author, wants to share? All righty. Well, It has been a wonderful event, and it has been great having everyone on. Um, we talked about so many different things. We talked about marketing. We talked about AI and how AI can help you and save some time in your day. We talked about getting out there and meeting people and sharing your books. And one of the things, I said, is about how many readers you're trying to reach, not how many book sales. If you focus on the readers, the book sales will come. They will come. I can't tell you enough that will happen. But again, I applaud you all for taking that step to writing your book, to putting it out there, to sharing your story. That takes a lot of effort. That takes a lot of bravery, and I applaud you all for doing that. Everyone has a story to tell. No, everyone has a reader that wants to hear your story. So don't think that your stories are not important. They are extremely important, more than you know, more than you know. So I thank you all for sharing your story, taking the time to write your books. Again, uh, definitely challenge yourself to think out the box. Challenge yourself to realize that after you've written this book, you got to do some marketing and get it out there. Everyone, don't think that because you have to always give your book out for free. A lot of these places have budgets. You just have to. Sometimes that uncomfortable ask is hard, but you got to learn how to do it. My book costs this. Can you purchase 10? I'll come and do a reading for you. So making sure that you are asking those key questions and uh, bringing in some revenue from your book so that way you can purchase more books or write that second book as well. Also, understanding that, getting out there as far as having media and podcasts and participating in awards and having PR is important as well. And having some reviews is important as well. So you want to make sure that people know about you, have credibility, and just different things of that sort. So it seems like a lot, but it's not. You have to kind of pace yourself, ask for help. There are so many support groups and online, offline around. So definitely asking for help. Do not think you are on an island of your own. As you see here, there are authors out here. Shamika asked a question. Alicia shared some insight. Everyone's open to sharing. So if you have a question, reach out to an author community, or if you belong to a Facebook group, definitely reach out. But know that you are not by yourself in this journey. There is people out here to help you to be successful, to sell your books. So please, please, please know that as well. Again, I'm Dr. Kym. I am so proud to be the owner of Literacy Moments Magazine and the Black Authors Association, and soon the Literacy Moments Bookstore and more, opening in Philadelphia. My journey again started from just working on my PhD and knowing that there was more authors out there of color that I was seeing in the little section of Barnes and Noble, and I wanted to meet them. I wanted to see who was writing books, what was their subject matter, and my little group that started with 1,000 people grew into 26,000, which I am so excited to have be a founder of. Again, I am looking for books for our store. Please, please, please. Know that if you dropped your link in the chat, that I will be probably reaching out to you to get some signed copies of your book. Everyone that participated here, that's the author, we will be purchasing your books. If you want to donate some, I'll take those too. But I want to purchase some of your books. But I want them to be signed so I can have that little special story when people check them out to tell about it. If you're in Philadelphia and you ever want to do a book signing, Literacy Moments Bookstore and More is your home. You will always have a home at our bookstore to do book signings. That was one of the reasons I created. That's honestly one of the things I'm trying to make us different. Yes, we will sell books. Yes, we will have supportive workshops and things of that stuff for authors. But one of the things is I'm from this. My family's from the South, so it's always about creating a welcoming and home for everyone that walks through our doors. So that's what I want to make sure our bookstore has, a home away from home. So if you're ever looking to come to Philadelphia, you just reach out to us and say, look, can I do a book signing? We'll figure it out. We'll get you to come in and do a book signing and sell your books and get that exposure you need. So definitely, I thank you again for joining me and look forward to hopefully meeting some of you in person. Even though we have the bookstore, we will still be doing our traveling bookshop, which we will be still doing community events. Our August is full of events. September is looking October, I will be in Houston at the National Black Book Festival, which I am excited about. So we are yes, I got some lunch dates already. Yes. You have something that you want to share?
Yeah, I was not on here at the beginning, so I wanted to ask if you mentioned them scheduling time for you on the podcast.
Yes, that is coming up next. We're actually adding another date for our podcast interviews. First, it was only Mondays, but now we're adding Mondays and Wednesdays. Monica, Dr. Monica, who is my co-host, we're going to be working on that. Oh, key thing about that. If you didn't meant to hear me earlier, Devonna, who is on the call, is our director of operations, and she's going to be handling all the bookings. Woo-hoo for me. Woo-hoo! So Devonna will be handling the podcast bookings, author in the aisle bookings, all that great stuff. She's been with me since I actually started my business. So she's very well versed in all things that we do. So she's coming back to the team. So we are super excited. You're in good hands. She will take care of you. So if you see that email coming through, just know this is she's ready to get us rocking and rolling. So our team is growing, but she is a key piece to the team. So knowing that everything's going to start flowing again while I build out this bookstore in Philadelphia. But yeah, podcast interviews are coming up. Devonna, you had something to say? You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. I'm Devonna. I'm super excited to be back with the team. Kym knows all about it. I am a mom, but now I'm able to balance it. My kids are a little older, so they're ready to get with the program, and they're super excited too. But the whole time I've been being kept up to speed about everything that's going on, and that's why I told you guys I was just so excited to be a part of this. Is my first time being able to fully listen in and just absorb it, because this aspect and this leg of the team has grown so much. So it's amazing to see how much was done and just see how much farther it can go. So I know with the bookstore and people being able to go in and have a brick and mortar location is going to be big. So I hope that everybody finds the time to just be a part of it.
Yep. All right. So again, thank you again.
Dr. Kym, can I say something real quick?
Yes,
I just wanted to pour into you. I think I met you for the first time this year. It hasn't been a full year yet. And when I see people who love what they do, who are passionate about what they do, who step out on faith, it is so inspiring. So don't you grow weary in well doing. Trust that if God brought you this far, he's going to continue to bring you people your way who's going to help you to see your full dream come to fruition. So you be encouraged. And thank you so much for creating these spaces. I really do appreciate you.
Thank you. And it was so funny. We met. I was at I think a conference, and I had only seen her on Facebook. But when I saw, I said, "That's Shamika." both pointed at each other like, yeah.
Yep.
So social media can be a good thing sometimes. So yes, again, thank you all for joining me. Like I said before, the podcast, this fair will be chopped up in little pieces. So if you did a presentation, you'll get your link with your piece. That way you don't have to listen to the whole thing, but you will be able to listen to the whole thing. I decided to put it on YouTube and the websites and also share your links. I didn't put it on Facebook because Facebook has not been my friend lately. I can't even message people, and they told me I did something, and I don't usually message people anyway. So I am trying to stay away from Facebook a little bit. And it's been a little kooky with us. Like I said, I lost one of my profiles, and I just always have to be careful what we do on Black Authors Association. So, again, it will be on YouTube, which is a little friendlier, and it will be on the websites, but also you will get your area which you presented. So that way you can put it on your website and share and stuff like that and use as you need. So thank you again. Everyone enjoyed. I'm going to give, as they say in my meetings, I'm going to give you back 45 minutes of your time today. Maxie Waters, reclaim your time. So thank you again for joining me. Have a blessed day. And I will see some of you hopefully next month because we're going to really do the children's book fair, the virtual book fair, really big. I'm super excited about the issue that's going to be coming out, along with a catalog, along with some billboards in New York. Children's book season is I love it. I love it. I love it. And Shamika, I'm going to reach out to you because somebody is looking for children's book authors for a book fair that's coming up in August. So
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So everyone have a good night and be blessed and be safe out there.
Bye bye. Happy Sunday.